On the wall.
Oh, really? Okay. So you guys know that area. It's shocking and they actually are moving this week to just another neighborhood within the same area to try to get closer to the traffic. You know, commute to their school is like terrible, you know, so they bought a house really close to the school. Hoping that even, you know, yeah.
Yeah. I have like 100 feet of XLR.
Was it? Yeah, it's really about, you know, supply side economics.
Are you feeling sorry?
I'm good. I'm back to the labor.
We've actually been. We were going to have you sign something and we have it today.
I signed it.
Oh, you did?
Yes. I was telling it, man. I'm like, I am so sorry.
So you got to send it to the frame, bigger, nicer frame.
Yeah.
But temporary frame, or something today, and then send it to
Yeah, I was like literally on my way to come do it, and I was like,
we had.
Did you know, there's this like new wave going on, and I never know whether to believe that there really is, but then I think there is, you know, but yeah, I'm glad it's gonna work out, but
I'm glad I'm in to beat me to it.
Yes, yeah, so I was the last official, so it's gonna be, yeah.
It's over by the. That'd be great. All this cable's actually gonna come in handy after all, right?
Beautiful color on you, pretty dress.
Oh, it's fabulous.
Yes.
Must be my color.
That's it. You know what it is? Brings out your eyes. That's what it is. Yeah.
Apparently it's like How are you?
Hi. Oh. Speaking
We're
of
discussing how
how
Palmer
city,
House is
we
done.
Oh, yeah.
decide that. So, is it just random?
Yellow for you, and we're matching.
Green tea. Lucky
Okay.
us, right? Lucky green.
Oh, I know.
It's a big one today. The yellow tabs are these books.
Yeah. That's these. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
wow, we are all in some form of green today. It's good to be.
Right.
right, we will call this meeting to order. I'll start with a roll call first to establish a quorum.
Trent Smith, Carlisha Williams Bradley.
Here.
Estella Hernandez.
Here.
Brian Bovek.
Here.
Jennifer Menz.
Here.
Sarah Lepek.
Here.
Superintendent Hoffmeister.
Here. All right, do we have a quorum? Do we comply with the Open Meetings Act, proper posting?
Yes, we did.
Very good, thank you. Welcome, honorable board members. Good to see each of you here today. Mr. Bobek, didn't see you as I was greeting those who were here, so thank you for joining us. And it is wonderful to have Carlisha Williams Bradley return after some very good news that we welcome the twins and their birth and arrival, and they are growing now, and we welcome you back. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, then those with us today as guests, as well as our board members, please rise now for a salute to, a pledge of allegiance, followed by a salute to the Oklahoma flag and a moment of silence, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of Oklahoma. Its symbols of peace unite all people. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. All right. Very good. Well, honorable board members, I am pleased today to be able to introduce you to a truly outstanding student who is with us today. Her name is Aishwarya Swami Durai. And would you please rise so that we can see you as we highlight some of your amazing accomplishments as well. Aishwarya is one of 3 Oklahoma students who are named and selected as U.S. presidential scholars. Out of 3.7 million graduating seniors nationwide, only 161 U.S. presidential scholars were selected this year. The program was established in 1964 by executive order of the president to recognize the accomplishments of some of our nation's most distinguished graduating seniors who demonstrate exceptional scholarship and talent. Aishwarya graduated at the top of her class from Classen School of Advanced Studies in Oklahoma City Public Schools. That's right. We're proud of you. I see your very proud superintendent seated right next to you. A National Merit finalist, she served as president of her senior class and serves as the youth governor of Oklahoma for YMCA Youth in Government. She was also selected as a 2022 delegate to the U.S. Senate Youth Program. Additionally, she serves as an at-large representative for Mayor David Holt on the Youth Council of Oklahoma City. Aishwarya has worked with the Oklahoma Blood Institute, the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma, and with a nonprofit organization to tutor Ukrainian students in English. She plans to study political science and public affairs in college. We are so proud of you. And at this time, I would love to be able to give you some recognition, and also board members, would you also want to come and we'll take a photo? Congratulations. Yes. Oh, and superintendent and your crew. Here, we'll step a little closer out this way to build a little room. Yes, do whatever you need. Very good. Congratulations. We can't wait to follow your steps after graduation and also just what you will do. And we hope you will be leading and continuing to lead in Oklahoma. We are grateful for you being here today and thank all of those who are a part of the process for you to reach this point. All right, I do have some exciting news. I'm telling you, we had amazing 2 weeks of Engage OK on the road. So it should be no surprise that Amanda Jones, the Director of Events, and Justin Newton, the Executive Director of Events and External Relations, were selected as joint winners for the Employees of the Month. Amanda and Justin are the terrific team that runs our events department, ensuring all of our teachers, thousands of teachers, receive professional development. They just successfully wrapped up Engage OK on the Road, traveling summer conference, which you will hear more about in just a few minutes, actually. Amanda joined the team, and Amanda and Justin are hiding behind this by the coffee. Of course, they're ready to serve. Why don't you all come to the podium for a minute? All right, Amanda and Justin, well, let me talk to you about Amanda. Amanda joined OSDE as an events coordinator in 2019. Earlier this year, she was promoted to the Director of Events. Justin joined the OSDE as an administrative assistant for teacher certification in 2015 and soon transitioned to fingerprint specialist in that division. In 2018, he was promoted to events coordinator for public affairs, and earlier this year was named executive director of events and external relations. Amanda and Justin's nominator said, quote, "I applaud their skill in what they do and appreciate the efficient way they work. They are the epitome of teamwork, of what teamwork is, and it shows in everything that they do." We looked up the word teamwork in the dictionary, and you should see their picture, they said. So that's coming soon. We are issuing your photos to Webster. So thank you so much. And I know that we also have a very, and I know this is a little out of order, but I do believe we have an Elevate that I would love for us to show right now so that you have a little bit of an opportunity to see some of the work in 7 of the different communities all across the state. I think what's great about Engage OK on the Road is just how it reshapes the way we think about what's happening all across the state.
This year we're going to 7 sites and we're offering over 100 sessions.
So it takes about probably 8 months of planning to get all of this to come together. Most of the cost for this event comes from getting sponsorships from community partners.
By going on the road, we were able to raise money to support about 50 of the top leaders at the State Department of Education, those who are the experts in various content areas, to go on the road and take the training to the people.
Every morning during the general session, the district has student groups do musical performances, and it's just always really cool for the school to get a chance to show other districts what they've got going on, because they've got a lot going on.
We should be able to talk about that more and feel comfortable.
It's always important to hear students and their voices.
This experience right here for me has been incredibly empowering, being able to raise issues that I care about, my peers care about, my teachers care about.
Their stories matter. When we think about how we are making decisions that actually impact them, their lives, it's helped us with legislation, and they have been very transparent and willing to share from their heart, and it's inspiring. What I've heard from some teachers is that they had never participated in the state suite of conferences prior to Engage on the Road and have only been a part of our virtual option. being in person, boy, there's nothing like it.
Ultimately, every piece of information that every teacher is getting here and every conversation that's had is eventually going to directly affect the life of a student, the education of a student, and that's why we do what we do.
So what you may not have caught there is that in every one of these locations, at that site, Engage OK was able to deliver over 100 breakout sessions per day. And it was incredible. So you all made that happen, and we applaud you for the work, but we know that it represents a lot of people in this whole agency that were taking the work that's being done, the training that's required in statute, many of the different elements on the road to teachers all over the state. And we saw students were a part of every one of those visits, and it was really special. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Good job. Very good.
All right. So now let me also tell you that on July 1st, 2022, Rebecca Peterson of Union Public Schools officially began her term as Oklahoma's Teacher of the Year. In this prestigious role, she is asked to be the ambassador for Oklahoma teachers, to speak with various groups of educators throughout the state and partner with the OSDE on several different kinds of projects. So Rebecca, where's Rebecca? There you are. I have a resolution we would like to present to you, and also have a moment to, I think we're gonna, to hear from you as well. If you would go to the podium for a moment. And I will read to you that whereas Oklahoma Teacher of the Year, Rebecca Peterson is a stellar example of the quality of education in Oklahoma, as demonstrated by her dedication and devotion to students and her deep knowledge of the art and science of teaching. And whereas Rebecca Peterson, in her capacity as a calculus teacher of 10th through 12th grade students at Union Public Schools, develops confidence in each child's abilities, sets high expectations for her students and herself, and promotes active involvement in her students' learning and in her own. And whereas she consistently exceeds expectations in teaching and in return earns the profound respect and admiration of students, parents, and fellow educators. And whereas Rebecca Peterson will serve as Oklahoma's ambassador for teaching for the 2022-23 school year, sharing her knowledge and unique experiences with fellow and prospective educators while promoting education as a profession. And whereas the Oklahoma State Department of Education believes the future of our state depends on every child having the opportunity to achieve academic excellence, and wishes to commend and express gratitude to those who devote their lives to education of future generations. And now, therefore, it is resolved that the State Superintendent of Public Instruction and the State Board of Education do honor Rebecca Peterson and offer our congratulations on her selection as Oklahoma's Teacher of the Year and official ambassador for teaching for the 2022-23 school year. So congratulations.
Move this way down. Thank you, Superintendent, for your kind words. I have asked a lot, like, has it sunk in? And to be honest, I don't think it has, and I kind of hope that it never does. The magnitude of this role is not lost on me. It is such an honor to be representing 44,000 amazing public school educators of this state that hold the stories of 700,000 students. And I believe that public education is what's still right in our society. What I love about public education is our mission that everybody is in. Everyone's welcome. Everyone has a seat at the table. Every voice gets equal representation. To me, that's the foundation of democracy, right? And everyday teachers are safeguarding that by holding our students' stories. And so this year, I hope that in turn, we are going to hold our teachers' stories. So I am so excited to travel the state, to listen to teachers and to share their stories. And I hope that you will stay tuned and help me hold and share their stories as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. we would love, and I realize I've got Amanda and Justin's, we'll take their photo here in just a second. I just realized. Board members, would you like to also, one more standing up and coming over to award such a well-deserved, thank you, recognition. Yeah, let's, I know, we're gonna have a Christmas thing going here.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Great, congratulations. We're so excited to get to work together. And Justin and Amanda, would you all come over? Yeah, sure. Come on. Justin, Amanda. Okay, let's get on either side. There we go. All right, there we go. Got it? Are we good? We're all here? All right. Good.
All right, one, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Excellent. Congratulations again. Well deserved. So grateful for you. Hey. Let me also just mention that the OSD, the State Department of Education's Office of School Support recently awarded 102 grants totaling $8.4 million to schools throughout Oklahoma to strengthen student academic success. These grants will provide supplemental funds to 87 schools in 32 districts for curriculum with training, extended learning opportunities, instructional coaching, parent and community outreach, and professional development for teachers. This is much more intensive than would come without that grant. Also, the first round of teachers and administrators enrolled in our Office of School Safety and Security's micro-credentialing programs have graduated and earned professional designations for school safety and security professional and for behavioral threat assessments and management. We created the Office of School Safety and Security in 2018 through a grant from the U.S. Department of Education. Its mission is to increase school safety by helping Oklahoma Public Schools develop comprehensive, high-quality emergency operation plans. It also is establishing the school safety and security professional micro-credentialing. That began in 2020 in April and requires 15 to 20 hours to complete. More than 130 teachers and administrators are currently enrolled in the program. So these are good steps that we're seeing coming to fruition. The Behavioral Threat Assessment and Management Training Program launched in January of 2021, and it requires about 16 hours of training. Both programs are free for participating educators as well. And these are the results of many grants pursued with the Department of Homeland Security as well. Now, Engage OK, as we mentioned, we did have about 5,000 educators attending, and you saw that clip, but I do want to mention a special shout out and thanks to the communities and school districts of Woodward, Elk City, Lawton, Moore, Jinx, McAllister, and Durant. We were able to stop with each of them, and they did a tremendous amount of planning and work to make that happen. We had many standing room only spots, and it is always a signal that it is time for school to start when we wrap up Engage OK, and we are excited to have that get started. Now, let me also ask if you would entertain the first item for action, which is item 4. And that is discussion and possible action on the minutes of the June 28th, 2022 regular state board meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. And a second. All right. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ms. Williams-Bradford.
Abstain.
Ms. Hernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Bobette.
Yes.
Ms. Moniz.
Yes.
Ms. Leapak.
Abstain.
Superintendent Hoffmeister.
Yes. All right. That motion carries. All right, in addition, I do want to recognize the McCord Superintendent, which is Brandy Coates. That's Osage County, Brandy. There you are, welcome. And are there any other first-year superintendents fulfilling this obligation of attendance that we don't have identified? All right, thank you. Welcome, and thank you for first year, right? All right, sounds good. All right, now, item 5. And let me just double check something. So we have any of them been separated off yet, or just announced that? These two here, okay. All right. Okay, got it. All right, so it looks like we have, are you sure about that? Let me see, tell me how to pronounce it. Are there any schools that are signed up to speak regarding the accreditation? Like you are here as the representative of your school? The reason and you're also on public comment.
Ms. Darby.
One, okay, so what we'll do, Ms. Darby, is when we get to that item, since you're representing your school district, we'll be happy to have you present at that time. Then the rest, I think, are just general public. Okay, so let's begin with Maria Seidler. And just a reminder, we do have a number of people on the schedule. So there is a 4-minute limit on your remarks, but welcome.
I sincerely appreciate this opportunity. And I want to thank the board that's been appointed to serve in this role. It is, especially if you've not been in education like I haven't been, it is a difficult area to master. So thank you for your service. I'm Maria Seidler. I represent a startup nonprofit law firm called Legal Overwatch for Parents' Rights in Education. As an attorney, I'm interested, like most of us are, in the social constructs of our country. And it is worrisome to see such contempt for the law in our society today. We look at the escalating crime under progressive DAs who believe they have the power to refuse to follow the law with which they disagree. Unfortunately, this same attitude prevails among many of our public school administrations in deciding which laws to follow and which to ignore. The violation by Tulsa Public Schools regarding House Bill 1775 is an opportunity for this state board to deliver a message to all those administrators by following what the Court of Appeals court told those progressive DAs. It doesn't matter what you think about the law. The law is a law and you have to follow it. This state board is charged to enforce House Bill 1775 by our legislature, and this should include both the letter and the spirit of the law. There is no close call. Progressive TPS employees, and we know they're progressive because they love to tell us who they are, play a game with House Bill 1775 and many other statutory requirements that affect the classroom. They call it, I would call it or label it, catch me if you can. And they test the system by saying, how close can I get to that line before I violate the law? This loose attitude about their obligation to the law in teaching our students comes from a very lax attitude and condemns that is portrayed by Superintendent Gist. Consequently, the action taken in this agenda item must make clear to Superintendent Gist and each school board member that they will be held liable for any violation of the law, including House Bill 1775. If you have an opportunity to talk to parents in the TPS district, they can easily provide you a whole list of grievances that they have been working on for the past year that shows such a lack of contempt for our laws and for the process that the legislature has allowed taxpayers, parents, and public to participate. It's not just House Bill 1775. And relating to that, if you're not aware, they leaked the whistleblower's name in social media, and she is being victimized by terrible, hateful comments. So that shows again.
The 4 minutes has expired.
Oh.
Thank you. Next is Suzanne Reynolds. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Hoffmeister and honorable members of the board. My name is Suzanne Reynolds, and I am here to comment on item 8A and stand before you in support of the complainant who has filed a complaint against Tulsa Public Schools for violation of House Bill 1775, Oklahoma's new law prohibiting race and sex-based discrimination in Oklahoma schools. I was appalled to see that the complainant, who apparently is a teacher in the Tulsa Public Schools, was doxxed last weekend publicly, and her identity revealed through a press conference and appeared on social media and was reported in the mainstream media. I also saw that pictures of her family, including her children, were made public. I view this as a vile attempt to intimidate and endanger this individual. She revealed information that addressed violations within the district that she faced. This person was acting as a whistleblower about her experience as a teacher. The complainant was harassed in an attempt to silence her through revealing her identity. I commend her for her courage and her brave act. I was especially motivated to come before you as I am an educator who experienced this attempt at indoctrination. I have some sense of the humiliating task the complainant had to endure. As a healthcare provider and former faculty member at the University of Oklahoma, I endured diversity, equity, and inclusion training during a 2-hour faculty webinar entitled Unlearning Your Transphobia and Homonegativity, in which I was told that I was socialized into believing there are only 2 sexes when there are actually 10. I was also urged and shamed into using what they call inclusive language, a firm belief in the gender unicorn, and explained fabricated genders and experiment with pronouns. I found this to be a direct assault on my civil rights, my freedom of religion, speech, and thought. These so-called DEI professional instructors are used to censor those that dissent to their belief system or have perspectives that do not align with their ideology. I urge you to carefully consider this teacher's complaint and apply the strongest possible penalty to Tulsa Public Schools. The racist indoctrination, racial scapegoating, and gender grooming of our children must stop, and it must stop immediately. Our education system is abysmal. According to the data from schoolreportcards.com for the 2018-19 school year, Tulsa Public Schools had 20,257 students. 80% do not read at grade level. 84% are below grade level in math. Oklahoma ranks 50th overall in education in the United States. There has been a complete failure in leadership beginning here at the State Department of Education and extending to our school districts. Our children have been failed by a system rigged to focus on adults and not children. I urge the State Board of Education and Tulsa Public Schools to focus first and foremost on improving the education experience of the children with whom they are entrusted. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Janice Danforth. Dan Fort. Fourth. I'm sorry, I am not able to read it very clearly. I apologize. That's my, I have sloppy writing. No. All good. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Janice Danforth, and I am the Moms for Liberty Tulsa County Chapter Chair. Our goal is to have accountability and transparency between school districts within Tulsa County and parents. Moms for Liberty is a national organization, an organization that started in January of 2021 by two moms who sat on school boards and saw too many red flags happening in their districts and felt pulled to do something about it. 18 months later, Moms for Liberty has over 200 chapters in 37 states. So far, we are the only chapter in Oklahoma. The parents of Oklahoma see the need for change. They desire accountability and transparency, something that is rarely seen in many, if not the majority of schools. This is simply unacceptable. We also want to get back to the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic. I'm here regarding Section 8A, which is a discussion and possible action on school district and school site accreditation and recommendations. TPS is part of that discussion for failing to follow law regarding House Bill 1775 via professional development training. Moms for Liberty Tulsa County has almost 700 parents with a common interest, our children. We believe in limited government between us, the parents, and our children. We want to see accountability and transparency. We want to know what is being taught to our kids, and we have the right to know, and you have the duty to show and to tell us. House Bill 1775 was created for this purpose, to create accountability and transparency. It was created to hold public school officials accountable for what they are teaching our children. We do not want our children taught they are oppressed or that they are oppressor. They are so much more than that. They are our future, and purposely creating a division between them only causes damage and breaks relationships. As a chapter chair of Moms for Liberty, I see questionable curriculum and our teachings that come out of schools all across Tulsa County. While we are here discussing TPS, be aware that we see issues in most districts. The problem always comes back to a lack of accountability and transparency. These two words are often touted as something administrators do, but this is just a smokescreen. There's little interest in being accountable or transparent. The main reason I believe this to be true is because there's no consequence. The district doesn't have to be either of those words because they have never had consequences. Without a consequence, their ego continues to bloat and they get braver in pushing past the rules of what is acceptable or allowed to be taught. Oftentimes the toes dangling over the line just to test the waters. So here's the opportunity we've been waiting for as parents, a consequence. TPS not only did something wrong ethically, they actually broke the law. If you as a board are not going to enforce the law now, you'll be opening the door for many schools to follow the footsteps of TPS. Reprimanding TPS for their poor decision will set a precedent for every other district that will be forced to see that there's actually a consequence, and therefore they will be compelled to follow the law. Who is this most important for? Our children. They deserve something better than where we sit today. Overall in Oklahoma, we're failing our kids. We're one of the bottom states in the country in education. This is simply unacceptable, but I believe there are basic reasons, and it goes back to a lack of accountability and transparency and no consequence. I believe in fact over feelings. Take feelings or personal relationships out of these decisions and go off facts. It makes it easy to decide. If the law was broken, then a consequence ensues. I ask you today to follow through and let TPS be the example across Oklahoma that breaking the law is not only unacceptable, it's illegal, and as a district, you will pay the price for that decision, which ultimately hurts the students. And that is the unfortunate part. This consequence does affect TPS students. However, the law is a law and it must be enforced. We must practice what we preach. If we want our children to follow by lead, here is the opportunity to do the right thing, both ethically and legally. Lastly, words are empty when they are not followed with action, and we as parents are ready for action.
All right, and next is Regina Goodwin, Tulsa representative.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffmeister, to all of those that continue to serve in our district, teachers of the year, employees of the year, thank you for what you do. I think that it's indicative of the comments that we've heard today as it relates to how we deal with race and how those concepts are taught. The first question is, where's the evidence that 1775 was violated? And for all of you that sit at the table, it is for you to decide what that means. And you've been appointed to this position, you bring something to the table. But today, what has to be brought to this table is evidence. The public has lacked the ability to know, have the transparency from the State Department, from TPS, as relates to what was the violation. I've heard about law is broken. And if the law is broken, you got to have consequences. Sometimes there are trash laws. Sometimes there are bad laws that should never be enforced. There used to be a time when Black folks couldn't vote. That was a law. Used to be a time when Black folks could not own guns, right? And so as we talk about law and what needs to be enforced, what's before you today is a teacher who made a complaint that, quite frankly, folks know, a very controversial teacher who has an agenda, who has talked about liberals, who's talked about indoctrination, who's talked about prayer rooms and things like that, and not allowing other folks that have other faiths to perhaps practice those faiths. What's before you today is what you bring to the table. What is your relationship with the person sitting next to you? What is your relationship with Black folks? What is your relationship with red folks, yellow folks, brown folks? All of that matters as you have to decide if 1775 was violated. It says that by virtue of one's race or sex, you must be inherently racist or sexist or an oppressor. Was that in the training materials? No. Says that you somehow have to, I heard someone say that the racist indoctrination, that very statement, how do you prove that? Right? So it's not about parents' rights. It's not about liberty. This is about, we have a state school board that has to make a decision. And I tell you, this is nothing to take lightly. The public should have known what was the violation. Why is it even today, people are saying, we didn't see the evidence. What is the evidence? Can you show us that? And if not, why not? Something this serious as it relates to children in the classroom that we all care about. I believe that. I believe we all care about all of our children. I believe that. But that law was not built for all of our children. That law was the game. That law was the trick. And if people don't get that, that's why we're here today, because you can just willy-nilly say you felt a certain way, and that's not even the law. The law says that you have to be taught. The principle has to be, you have to be taught to make someone guilty. You have to teach that. You should feel guilty about something. No one did that. Wasn't in anything that was distributed, any of the material. So while folks are talking about the law is broken, there have to be consequences, please, this is not the time to have that slippery slope where everybody can just say, guess what? We don't like the fact that we're talking about how do we make race relations better. We don't like to talk about the fact that indeed history shows there is something to a majority having their say, that majority being predominantly white. That's fact. That's not a feeling. And we cannot deny the fact how education has come about, okay? So that's not even a question today. What's the question is, where was the lack of transparency that we've all experienced up until today? And whatever materials you have before you, whatever you're looking at, I'm asking, please, this is not the time to go along with this national agenda, to not do right by all of our children that need to see themselves in our history. They need to see themselves in your vote today because there are consequences of this vote.
Right, thank you. And next is Joyce Smith-Williams.
I am truly amazed hearing these comments. I am a grandparent of 6 Tulsa public school children. I am also an activist in my community. And I am concerned. You talk about education. Let us not forget that African Americans are the only group in this country that it was illegal to teach. What we know is, and what research demonstrate is, and educators opinion about their student affects how they relate to that student and how that student is taught. There are a number of variables that speak to the fact that our children aren't learning. There are a number of variables involved with that factor. And as a group representing a number of parents, I want you to know, we too want to see the evidence for your decision. You know, education is not an easy thing. I've taught for a year or two, actually 3, at Langston University's Urban Center in Tulsa when it initially started. I am a professional social worker, retired, and I volunteered when I retired from my social work job with the state of Oklahoma to my neighborhood school. Tell me how it is so improper to ask us to examine how we feel, how we perceive information. If we are not willing to educate ourselves about how we relate, how we establish relationships with varying entities, there's a problem. Education just doesn't stop when you get a degree or 2 or 3. It doesn't stop there. Education is a continuous process. And House Bill 75, if it has been violated, as I talk to people in my community, we want to know how it was violated and what harm does it do, once again, for us to do self-examination, for someone to open the door, for us to look at possible variables in the way we perceive the world, the way we perceive others, the way we choose to interrelate. If there's evidence, please be transparent and show it. But I am against any possibility of penalizing Tulsa Public Schools. And believe me, I'm somebody who's at all of the board meetings and I raise questions. I'm there. I'm not just there because it's a trend now to try to limit what we know. You know, it's one thing to create history, and you talk about people feeling, being made to feel bad. What do you think about our kids who are given limited information? How does that affect their self-esteem? No one is asking anybody to feel bad about what someone else did. But as my shirt says from the great late Ida B. Wells, shine the light on the wrong. Shine the light on it and let the truth come forth. All this glorious talk about feeling put upon, in essence, anybody can feel that way. But we are in a society at a critical moment when we have to be sensitive to the needs of others. Thank you.
Now we also have, next is Sherry Coleman.
Good morning, Superintendent, board members. My name is Dr. Sherry Coleman. As an educator and a podiatrist, I'm going to go backwards just a little bit. I understand the importance of medical history. So when we're to come into the office, we would find out what is your medical history. We know that many of the back, knee, hip injuries have nothing to do with a major injury to your back. Many times it's your foundation. Many times it's the foot, the 26 bones that are in your foot. If anything is malaligned, if the foundation is faulty, then everything goes out of line. And so what you would do, no emotion involved, you go to your doctor, they custom fit an orthotic just for you to put you back into alignment. When we discuss House Bill 1775, and it is a law, Section 2B1G is where I specialize. There seems to be an issue with actually discussing what the foundation is, right? The facts are the facts. The facts don't change. That is not CRT, which has been thrown around because that's a legal concept. So CRT is not being taught in the schools. I think the issue is House Bill 1775 was left. It's very vague. And so there is a section in there 2B1G, which says, and any individual should feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any form of psychological distress or account of his or her race or sex. But it says it needs to be in the curriculum. If it's not in the curriculum, that there's something faulty with you, that you should feel guilt, that you should have anguish, then they did not violate the law. So yes, I'm sorry that your emotions may have been attacked. You developed feelings, but just that you would come to my office and I would fix your foot. It's not about your feelings. It's did I do what you needed to do in order to balance? And so if my curriculum does not say you should feel guilty, you should feel bad, then there was no violation. So as you go forth, I would ask that you would go back and find out exactly what the violation is stated, what was brought to the attention, have concrete evidence, and then go back, have a task force, because it's going to take some interpretation. This is not going to be the first time that a school district is going to come forth. And so I would say, develop some type of task force where you have people from all different mindsets who can actually interpret the law. If it is not in the curriculum that you should feel guilty, I can't help your emotions. It was not in the curriculum, so it is not a violation. Thank you so much.
We have next, let's see here, Kathy, is it Kathy Loggy?
That's me. I just signed the loan.
Nothing to say right now. Okay. All right. So sorry about that. Ryan Walters.
Sorry, I will admit I was supposed to mark Kathy's name out. She signed in the wrong sign-in sheet. And what a great way to start with this wonderful student. What a testament of what Oklahoma students are capable of, and a tremendous state teacher of the year. What a great way to start the meeting. I wish that was why I signed up to speak today. I wish it was about some of those more positive aspects of what's going on in the state, but that's not why I'm here. The reason that I'm here is because what we've seen in Tulsa Public Schools has to be addressed. We have seen a superintendent in Deborah Gist who has violated state law and has openly bragged about violating this law. She has indicated she will continue to break this law. We have seen now pornography pushed in Tulsa Public Schools. What we see is left-wing indoctrination pushed into the school system under the guise of academic learning that not only violates state law, but is a grave disservice to our kids. So what I'm asking is I'm asking the board to take action. Superintendent Hoffmeister, you have failed our kids. You have allowed pornography to get into our schools. You have allowed critical race theory to enter into our schools. Now I'm asking for you to hold this school accountable. I'm demanding that this board do something about the accreditation of Tulsa Public Schools. I'm also demanding that this board do a review of Superintendent Gist's superintendent certification. We cannot allow district leaders to push indoctrination and pornography on our kids. We have to do better for our kids. We have to get every child on a path to success, and rejecting indoctrination is key. And holding schools accountable and ensuring transparency in this process is incredibly important to ensure every child has the opportunity of success. And I know this board, I know you care about all of our kids. I know that you want all of our kids to have that opportunity. So I'm demanding today action be taken so that the students in Tulsa Public Schools will get the education they deserve. Thank you guys very much for your time.
Next is Dave Bonds. He's not going to speak. He declines. Next is Lori Wathen.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffmeister and board. My name is Lori Wathen. I currently serve as president of Oklahoma PTA. And I'm also a parent. I have a 19-year-old son in school. Since our founding, PTA has been the conscience of the country when it comes to issues that affect children and youth. Our association believes students should have an honest and fair understanding of how our nation's history has unfolded. And we encourage the implementation of diverse and inclusive curricula in K through 12 public schools nationwide. Culturally and linguistically responsive teaching and learning and inclusive curricula are imperative in building socially competent and aware children and youth and enhancing their intellectual capability and psychosocial well-being. This includes recognizing racism, classism, and other issues in the world and developing a student's awareness to openly address these situations. Kids deserve age-appropriate and accurate history lessons in our nation's public schools, which will help them become the critical thinkers we need to make this a more just, prosperous, and equitable country. PTA is committed to advocating for inclusive K through 12 curricula and multicultural resources and materials to empower students and families of all backgrounds to understand themselves more effectively in relation to others. Classrooms that acknowledge diverse histories and cultures break down existing barriers and create supportive and inclusive schools that encourage students to grow and learn in the safest and most empowering spaces possible. At PTA, we loudly use our voices to demand more for our kids and ensure that they become all that they can be. Our association remains committed to tackling tough but necessary conversations to ensure access to better education and create a better future for all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes those who were signed up to address the board in public comment. Now, board members, please turn your attention to the consent docket, which is items 6A, B, C, D, E, F. Is there excuse me?
I was looking for Ryan Piper.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be here when it's time. And could you, what say you, if there's any motion?
I have some questions.
Yeah, we have some questions for Ryan. I emailed him last night. He texted me and said he wanted to present this morning.
Okay, well, before you come, would you like to ask your question? What's your question?
I'll let him, there were several of them. Go ahead, Ryan. The follow-up from
Do you want me
yesterday.
I'll apologize publicly again for not sending these until late last night. So thank you for getting answers. I know
could you identify which section so we follow with the notes? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. On abbreviated school day, so 6A.
Thank you.
I apologize. Is it Kyoto?
Yes, ma'am.
I know they talked about doing 19 virtual Fridays. Is that included in the 4 days, or is that in addition to I know a lot of school districts often use Fridays as like makeup days.
Very similar in that regard. Checking their annual statistical report from last year, their alternative education schedule is exactly the same as their traditional schedule.
Okay. Perfect. I also, so looking at their schedule.
Unfortunately, that was an old schedule.
Okay.
That is the lunch period is significantly trimmed down from that, and there's been a physical education element added to that time, but it's not 45 minutes long.
Okay. And I know, I guess the first page, like on the actual application, it said that they were requesting a 1-year waiver, but in the application, it said they were asking for a 3-year.
The application is an error. Regardless, we have to go by the front page, which is a 1 year.
Okay. I don't know if anyone else has any questions. I mean, I have other districts.
Was it Lexington? I talked to you about yesterday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so Lexington has been operating on that schedule for the last 3 years.
Which is a 3-day schedule.
That is correct. And again, as I've spoke to this board before, that I believe efficacy is paramount when looking at these deregulations and waivers. What kind of success are we having with this program? And in this last year, Lexington graduated 100% of their alternative education students that came in as a senior at a senior level. So with 1 year to go, 1 year's worth of work to go. And so ultimately that decision is the board's, but they have been having success in this format.
Is there any, as far as
the fact that they're only going 3 days. Most of the districts that are doing this go to a 4-day kind of, alternative schedule, which makes sense. Is there anything in the law as far as the minimum? I mean, because ultimately, I know other school districts have to meet a minimum number of hours and days now, but is there anything specifically within this that says, it just seems like they all kind of meet that 4 hours and 12 minutes per day.
Yes, ma'am. So this deregulation is asking to move away from the law. All of these would be short of that 756 minimum requirement, and that's the ask that's before the board here.
Can you speak to the successes of the other districts? You mentioned about.
I can speak to some, specifically Hobart and Yukon. Hobart has 100% graduation rate as well. Yukon is 95% plus as well. And Ms. Monies, you asked a fantastic question in your emails and in your questions about the rubric that Yukon provided. That is something that is done by our alternative education employees here at the State Department of Education on a 2-year cycle. And that is new as of, I believe, this last year. So that is something that we could, if it is the desire of the board, get added to our request of documentation to add to this. So that information, Ms. Hernandez, would be equipped with all applications.
I did love seeing that, and just to praise your team and just the schools. I think you can see in the applications that they're starting to put the results and from these programs, which is much appreciated. I wanted to call out Hobart and Yukon specifically. I thought they both had really good applications. They both cited their graduation rates through these programs and how successful they've been. I know Lexington did as well, and obviously they're seeing success with that program. I do have concerns that they're only going 3 days a week. It seems like they are not going that much. But they're graduating kids with the required graduation requirements to get their degree. So
I have a question just that might add a little dimension. I don't know the answer to this, but are some of those students working part-time?
Almost all. There should be mentioned that a lot of these, just because we are an alternative education student, also that doesn't relieve them or alleviate them from the opportunity to attend career tech or participate in extracurricular activities, which have been seen and documented that these are great saving tools for our students to keep them engaged. And obviously, I say obviously, these students are at-risk students, all of them that are at risk of not graduating. And there's always the allure to stop and to go to work and for fantastic reasons sometimes. And so what I think we're seeing here is we're seeing schools meet students where they're at with what they need, with what they can do to obtain their to graduate, excuse me.
Thank you.
Great question.
That helps with why that flexibility might come into play here for these particular students.
I don't have any more on 6A.
The Middleburg.
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're not part of it, but they were part of our packet. Could you clarify?
Well, Middleburg had a deregulation that is in your documentation. They are not on the agenda, therefore cannot be acted upon. Okay. They will be moved to next month, and we'll have an opportunity to act upon that there.
With that, I would I'll make a motion to approve the.
Another question.
Okay.
Sure. On 6B, on Maysville.
Yes.
They talked about the program being virtual. Is the entire program virtual?
It is. So they are in a cooperative with Wayne Schools.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not a deregulation for less than 10, but they do serve less than 10 schools. Theirs is not an issue of distance as much as it is drivers and transportation, mm-hmm. and that being the conflict there with them. Further, they have students, as discussed before, that participate in band and football, and this allows them those opportunities to participate in those extracurricular activities. And I did not ask, but that's certainly information that I can get for us later where we're at as far as graduation. But they are serving, as I said, mm-hmm. They would need a deregulation if they weren't part of that cooperative.
I was just curious if their entire, it sounds like yes, their entire alternative education program is virtual.
It is, but I would say probably by definition more blended. than completely virtual. The instruction is virtual, but they obviously have the opportunity to come to school to receive help as well as participate in these other extracurriculars that we talked about.
Okay. And the only other question I had was on 6.
See.
Is textbook, 6F.
Well,
Goodwill. We're specifically asking to use textbook monies for teacher salaries. I know this has come up before and just want to ask again as far as the utilization of textbook funds, which we know are normally something that the legislature provides, but hasn't always. So it concerned me whenever they're building in, recurring teacher salaries into money that may be one-time funds. Is that?
It's a fantastic question, and made a phone call this morning to speak with that superintendent and was able to get a hold of him. So what we have here, like a lot of cases, is, and to be clear, it's flexibility.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're right. If we are completely covering teacher salaries with one-time funds, that is a dangerous proposition. However, the amount is not enough to cover it. So it would be a small percentage of teacher salaries. And what the request here is to allow the flexibility to use those general fund monies for other things for their students. Specifically, he had mentioned robotics classes and chess clubs and other things, programs that they haven't had the opportunity to provide for their students before. This flexibility would allow them to do.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
No, but on my motion, I'd like to make a motion to approve, if we can, Brad, all the consent docket with the caveat of 1-year approvals on everything.
And do we need to also put in there having additional information on the graduation rates as well? So that gives us context as to where they are without us having to dig.
I will defer to our legal counsel,
I'm
but
sorry,
that's a change we can make on the form just at your
They want to
request.
add the rubric results to some of the
Does that have to
information
be
that the
part of the
districts
motion?
I don't
provide.
think that needs to be a part of the motion if you think that can be part of it.
We can take that as advisement and make that happen.
Okay.
Is that a ton more work for you guys?
It's a recreation of a form and then education for our districts so that they use the most updated form. Obviously, this is something that can be worked on and saved with no changes. That we would amend the front page of that, resubmit it, because it is time. It is time.
Yeah.
But no, Ms. Money's not a ton more work. We can make that happen.
Okay. I do want, I want to be cognizant of, if we're adding additional time for them to do paperwork or something. But I did think that having the rubric was really helpful. I hadn't seen that, so I appreciate
Provides a
that.
clearer picture. Absolutely.
Okay, so I
Is there a
made a
second?
motion. Oh, yeah.
I'll second. Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ms. Williams-Bradley.
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez. Aye. Mr. Bobeck.
Aye.
Ms. Moniz.
Aye.
Ms. Leapak.
Aye.
Superintendent Hoffmeister.
Aye. All right, that motion carries. Thank you. Next is 7, which is Special Education Deputy of These Services, Todd Lofton, to present and discuss possible action on the adoption of the recommended proposed revisions to the Policies and Procedures Handbook for Special Education Services.
All right, thank you. Thank you, members of the board. So a couple board meetings ago, sorry, May, I presented to you our change in policies and the draft document that we had at the time that had gone out for public comment. And so now we've reviewed all of the public comment. We've made some changes based on that public comment, and we're now ready to present it to you for approval. And so is this on? No. Can you move the slide? There we go. So just as a reminder, we're required to notify districts of any policy changes in writing and minimize the number of rules, regulations, policies to which LEAs and schools located in the state are subject. Next slide. This is just a list of our stakeholders that we contacted with questions about, is this the way this should be written? If we had any questions like that. TACE is a national technical assistance center that we work with often at Utah State University. They work with other states on similar projects. So they gave us a lot of great feedback. And then we reached out to obviously a lot of, more so we reached out to state groups, obviously. So public comment was held for 30 days. We had it in person May 3rd and May 10th. I think I told you before, no one showed up for May 3rd, but May 10th, there were a few people that showed up and we had good conversations. Next slide. So in your handouts, you should have kind of a summary of the public comments and if we took an action or we didn't take an action. We had about 272 public comments that were content related, about 161 that were wording or phrasing. So it wasn't like a substantive change, just you guys spelled this wrong. And then we had about 50 public comments on items we already moved. To refresh your memory, we were going to require a draft IEP and draft meetings document 2 days before those respective meetings. And we heard what the people wanted, and they didn't want that. So we took it off. There were about 36 unique individuals, organizations that submitted comments. So for example, the OSPA submitted comments, but they did it. They had like a committee, the Oklahoma School Psychology Association, that sent in a bunch of comments together. And again, we had sent this out to special ed directors starting in the spring and some other people just to kind of give a heads up of this is what we're thinking. We sent them kind of chapter by chapter as we were working through it. Can you go to the next slide? And then the next slide, sorry. So I'm just going to go through these. We have a 10 school day timeline between the review of existing data and parent consent for an initial evaluation. There's no actual timeline in the IDEA, although the regulations make it clear that also special ed programs would have an issue if it was an extended period of time. There was no reason for that. Most schools do a review of existing data and get parent consent at that same meeting. This is a practice most districts have that we don't think will change much. Go to the next slide. Required evaluation components. This is a really important piece that a lot of states don't have this, but we've been working with directors and school psychs on figuring out, what are those required evaluation components we need. The IDA speaks to the need for a comprehensive evaluation of disability categories, but it's not specific on what should be included in that comprehensive evaluation. If it's academic or cognitive, vision and hearing, all of those different things you can test for. So we worked, this one I'd say, and it's in some of the public comment, is the one that I think took the most time just to get people on the same page across the state. And one reason we want to do this is because you could be in one district and your child's eligible for special education, and maybe that district did 2 evaluation components and really didn't do a fully comprehensive one. You move to another district, they say we need to redo testing for your child, and that may put that kid's eligibility into question. So we want to create uniformity between districts, which is something that they also want. The next slide. This is an existing timeline. Again, there's no IDA regulation or a timeline here. Most states, though, well, I'm sorry, it's a 60 calendar day in the IDA and gives the states the option to modify that timeline however we see fit. Most states have gone to a 45 school day timeline, and that continues to make sense for our state. So we're keeping that one. This is one that, this is an example of something that districts have been doing anyway, because we all thought it was required in the first place. So an IEP team requires a regular ed teacher, a special ed teacher, an admin rep, any related service provider, the parent, and also the student. And so most districts for these eligibility meetings already have those people coming to those meetings. But as we were looking through the IDA and this kind of thing and reviewing this, we thought, I guess that's not actually explicitly stated there. So we've decided to add that because we also think it's important there. There was one public comment on this that we made a change to. For an IEP team, you can excuse one member for the whole meeting or part of the meeting if their subject is not being discussed at the meeting or they provided other documentation to the rest of the members. And so we added that language to this to kind of an exemption like, well, the regular ed teacher can't make it, but they've sent in information for the IEP team. So we did add that as a result of public comment. Next slide. This is again a one that we are continuing to have. It's an IEP for new moving or transfer students must be in place within 10 school days of the student's first day of attendance. So we just want to make sure, continue to make sure that when a child transfers to another district, moves in, that as soon as possible, they receive the special ed services that they need. Next slide. We have defined, we have consultation, monitoring, collaboration, co-teaching, and direct instruction as what we refer to as special ed services. So under the IDA, special ed is just specially designed instruction. In a lot of states, refer to these in different ways. What happens though is that it's kind of confusing between districts of what Oklahoma City calls collaboration versus what Putnam City calls collaboration. And so again, we just want to create kind of a uniformity on what services look like. Again, because if you're a parent, you want to know exactly what a child was getting before. If you're a school, you want to know that what it says on their IEP is how you understand that those services are provided so you can make better decisions about how to continue to serve that child. We actually had no public comments on that. Can you go back a few? Let's go to 7. Keep going a little. Seven is, as he's looking for it, the IEP must include secondary transition services that are in effect on or before the student's 15th birthday, previously, or the beginning of 9th grade, whichever comes first. So the IDA says, I think 16. What we want to do is make sure that those kids have a transition plan in place by the first day of high school. We don't want to wait 2 months into high school to see what electives we want to take, that kind of thing. And we've moved the age to 15. A lot of stakeholders, especially folks at Department of Rehabilitation Services, people we work with in transition services across the state, would like to see that age drop. A lot of states have been lowering that age. And I'll say secondary transition has worked out really well with the statewide focus on ICAP. And so we want, in the 8th grade, really, special ed teachers talking to our students with disabilities and getting those plans in place already. So, well before that. A lot of districts already do that. Can you go to, is it still frozen? Go 3 more, 6, 7, 8. Sorry. Maybe I didn't do this right. I need some interventions. Technology. I'll talk to Tiffany later. All right. It's shortening of students' day. So I'll say that the National Disability Rights Network, Office of Special Education Programs, Office of Civil Rights have been really pushing for focusing on informal removals in school. And this is something we've noticed also. So I think in 2016, we just announced some guidance around shortened days. By informal removal, I mean when a kid's just told to go home. We're not marking the suspension or anything. Just parent, come pick up your kid. And we don't want that to happen. A lot of times also, people would put shortened days on IEPs for various reasons. Some of those reasons are legitimate for some medical condition, something like that. And so we do allow that to happen. But we So we're now putting into policy what we've said in a memo previously, and what we believe is actually just falls out of a correct interpretation of the IDA anyway. But we require an FBA, functional behavior assessment, and a behavior intervention plan to shorten a student's day. We also require that that plan is reviewed periodically, and the IP team states when that will happen. Currently, FBA BIP is only required if there's a disciplinary action or a student does something that's a manifestation of their disability. So writing that, I will say when we first started that memo in 2016, we had about 3,500 kids on a shortened day. And now we have maybe less than 500 across the state. So we've seen a lot of progress in that area. Other states, we talked about this a lot also, and we all kind of share the same language about shortened days that we're using. So it's been really beneficial. And then caseload class size has not changed. So there's a maximum number of students with disabilities per special ed classroom. I know that Trent remarked on this earlier. I forgot to change it on here, but it's a maximum 10 students per self-contained pre-K through 12, and then maximum 10 students for K through 4th in a lab setting, maximum of 15 students per classroom, like in a lab setting, direct instruction, 5th through 12th grades. And we did not make any changes on this. We had a couple comments, but we have Tina, who is here somewhere back there, has been working with a caseload class size committee to talk to districts. We didn't think it was appropriate to change this at this time since we're making these changes, but we're continuing to work with people to see how we can make better sense of our caseload class size requirements, how it could work better for districts, especially given the shortage. So it's not an easy answer though. So we want to make sure that we have a good answer. So we're continuing to work with that committee on that, talking with folks. So as you know, we had the handbook, we currently have the handbook and the policies as a separate document. Prior to 2013, we had our policies and procedures that was all this combined. And what we're wanting to do is now combine them back again. I think the intention was good in 2013. I was here. That it could be a kind of living document that we could edit. We had a committee to review all of that. The last time we made any changes was 2017. But that has existed as interpretation and narrative of existing state and federal guidance and statute. And so what we're wanting to do is to take the handbook, combine it with the policies, and have this be our policies procedures. This will do a lot of things. It will give districts kind of a sense of, they can point to something and know this is what I'm supposed to do. Parents can have a better understanding of that. When we monitor, it will be very helpful. So in your handout, you kind of have there's a chapter comparison. Some of the chapters have changed. And by the way, we shared this with some directors already to see if we need to change how this document looks to explain to people better what's going on.
Thank you. I think
Okay,
we appreciate all of that work and appreciate so much of the availability you have taken to connect with so many different advocacy groups and community stakeholder groups. And for all of those who provided public comment, we are grateful. And the recommendation then.
So on the recommendation, we wanted to give the board an opportunity to determine the implementation date to approve, and then determine whether or not we begin implementation on your approval today or for the 23-24 school year. We've had some stakeholders who would appreciate that year. There's pros and cons to each. I will say that we have been training districts at Engage. Every day after Engage, we had a director summit. We had about 390 people there, which represents the majority of districts, to explain all these changes. So we're hoping that we can move forward with it now, but it will take time for districts to really take all of the changes into account in their districts. Obviously, when we monitor, we understand that.
Thank you.
Todd, on the Going forward, though, I don't know if we need to make this part of the motion, but you have the liberty to change this throughout the course of the year or annually. You don't have to wait a certain period of time. Am I correct there?
We don't. We can make changes to the policies, procedures at any time.
Okay.
We also, though, do submit these to the Office of Special Education Programs as part of our IDA Part B grant application.
Okay.
Can I ask on whether it's implemented now for the, obviously schools are starting in the next couple of weeks? If there are schools that don't implement the changes this school year, are they penalized for that? Does that count against them in their accreditation or anything? And what's the?
Well, so the determinations made this year that we make in November will pretty much be based on last year's data, this past year. So it won't affect that as much. There's not a lot in it that affects anything that we look at for our district determinations and indicators. If we don't do it now and we waited, it would be a lot more confusing, honestly, for a monitoring team. But generally what we do is, if a district didn't start implementing something in here, we say, well, did you know that was changed in the first place? We don't, we don't really treat it as like kind of like a gotcha deal. We would just be like, well, that's fine, but now you need to start doing this. And obviously IEPs are not going to be expected to change all of a sudden to match the new service type definitions. We would just expect that the next IEP that's due, that the IEP team would look at that definition. But certainly we wouldn't change everything all of a sudden.
I was just going to make a motion.
Okay, I have a question. So what is your plan on getting this to the districts, how that's going to be rolled out? And what is your timeline when they will receive this so that they're fully prepared and they don't feel like, and I got your moment because they violated or were unaware of certain changes?
Well, this is actually up on our website right now, the version you have.
Prior to us approving.
Yeah.
Already up.
We put it up there as like, here's what we're taking to the board. And then we had sessions at the Engage OK, which were great. And then every day after Engage OK, we had a director's summit. And we had training slides for them around all of the changes that they can then take back to their districts and use those same things. We plan on using some of these documents that I've sent you. We're also going to do some trainings with the Oklahoma School Psychology Association. We're meeting with them soon, the next few days, to plan some joint trainings around the evaluation eligibility components. And then we're creating other kind of, like teacher-specific trainings, because teachers, special ed teachers don't necessarily need to know about all of the handbook that, but what's pertinent to them, and same with administrators. So kind of having more focused trainings around that.
I'll make a motion to approve and make them effective upon approval from the board.
Second.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve and second. Is any other questions or comments?
I will comment that although we would be approving for this to be effective immediately, that I think it's imperative for us to prepare school sites for this transition and appreciate the training and what you mentioned is moving forward.
Thank you. All right, call the roll, please.
Ms. Williams-Bradley.
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Bobeck.
Aye.
Ms. Moniz.
Aye.
Ms. Leapak.
Aye.
Superintendent Hoffman.
Aye. All right, that motion carries. Thank you for the hard work.
I just wanted to thank Todd real quick, Joy, and ask him, are there any of your team in the room that can raise their hand? I just wanted to recognize.
Yes, we have a couple on COVID leave, but we have Sherry Coates back here. She's our director of special education programs. She works with schools on PD, TA. Her team focused really hard on the policy procedures document. And Tina Spence is back there. She's our director of compliance and monitoring. And we have Colin Rayleigh, our director of dispute resolution. And Angela is here. Angela Kwok is also a monitoring specialist.
Very good.
Well, I want to thank all of you for your hard work. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much to the team. All right, thank you, board members. Item 8A, discussion of possible action on school district and school site accreditation recommendations for the 2022-23 school year. Mr. Clark.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Superintendent, honorable members of the State Board of Education, I have a presentation. As always, take questions throughout it or at the end. Either way, happy to answer as best as I can. This presentation will cover the recommendations to cover the accreditation for public school sites and districts. And when I say that, and I think you may have already seen in the spreadsheet that you have, this covers accredited private schools as well. There are career techs included, and the traditional public school districts and sites are also included. With that said, this first slide may be familiar to you, but just to set up the basis and why we're talking about accreditation, why do we have accreditation standards? The Constitution, the State of Oklahoma Constitution, as well as statutes, say that the Oklahoma State Board of Education, the Oklahoma State Department of Education, and the State Superintendent of Public Instruction are collectively the agency or the agencies in the state of Oklahoma who are charged with direction, oversight, supervision, and governance of the accredited schools in the state. That's part one. Part two would be the legislature and another set of statutes has said, here's our policymaking mission or directive. And so when we get to accreditation standards, we want and need these because we have obligations to all school children to ensure that they receive an excellent education, and also an obligation to taxpayers to make sure that school is accomplished in an efficient manner. And so with that directive, that mission, the accreditation standards are the next item, which are compliance standards, requirements for compliance, quality standards that public schools or accredited schools must meet within the resources available. So with that, there are longstanding accreditation standards. Of course, those do change as laws and regulations are passed. Those are updated, but that's the basis for this discussion, possible action today. So when that statute was passed with the directive and the mission, the first task was to establish these tiers of accreditation standards. And so long ago, the State Board of Education approved establishing these tiers, these categories of accreditation. And so on the left, you have accreditation with no deficiencies. And on the far end, fifth one there, is non-accredited, no longer recognized by the State Board of Education. And in between, you have the various categories. So let's look at numbers. The spreadsheet that you have contains over 2,500 rows of all of the recommended deficiencies or lack of deficiencies across those accredited public, private, and career tech sites and districts. The tab on the spreadsheet accredited with no deficiencies, there are 2,079 within that category. And I believe I have a breakdown of how many sites and districts that makes up. It's 1,512 school sites and 567 districts. If you're talking about the public school, traditional public school system, I believe there are 546 districts. And so you can factor in the accredited private schools and the career techs on top of that. The next category, accredited with one deficiency that's recommended. There are 255 total sites and districts within that category. And that breakdown looks like 197 sites and 58 districts. Next category, accreditation with deficiencies. Should be 120 of those identified. That breaks down 72 sites, 48 school districts. Now, there's 2,500 rows on that spreadsheet at this time. I do want to apologize to Superintendent Sean McDaniel. There is a mistake on that spreadsheet, and I own that. That is my fault. The mistake was brought to our attention. The district was in one of the categories, should not have been in that category. The correct category, I believe, is the accreditation with one deficiency. So that should be reflected going forward. Next, we have accreditation with warning, 26 of those. A breakdown is 14 sites and 12 districts. And then finally, probation, there are 10 school districts when we get to that status category, and no recommendations for non-accreditation.
Your presentation.
You do not, I'm sorry. But it will be available afterwards. But I'm sorry, I just finished that earlier. So let's see. Continuing with the numbers here, these are not scientific. These were brought forward in discussions to try to look at those more than 2,500 identifications. What are we looking at? How do we identify? Are some areas more popular, for lack of a better way to put it, in any deficiency area, and are others not? And so holistically looking at where are we seeing the numbers go up, or higher numbers, where are those associated? The top category that I put together was with respect to personnel, individuals who may not have the proper certification to be instructing, teaching in that particular subject area. Also closely trailing that for the evaluations of staff, maybe not having the proper goals, the paperwork associated with that. That's where that comes in. Instruction and curriculum, we have examples there. Reading sufficiency, there's one public school district that's in this category for not offering the minimum units of credit. That number would be 38. So that particular school district, I'll mention them more particularly in a moment, but that particular school district does not offer that 38 units of credit. Health and safety, child abuse reporting recognition. There's one private school in that category. Another deficiency within this category would be not having a policy or not conducting felony record searches. There's one private school in that category and one public, traditional public in that category. OCAS, I'll jump down for a moment. That's going to have to do with audit findings, excess administrative costs, not timely certifying, submitting the data, which you will be familiar with. Those appeals have come to you January, February of each year. Those are the things that are in that category. So if we look on a smaller scale, more detailed, the largest that I could find was not timely submitting mandated reports. And that always factors into state aid, or nearly all the time. And so in our mind, it's very important to get those reports submitted, certified, accurate, and timely, of course. Then I won't go through the rest of these, but you can see the breakdown on the smaller scale there. So probation, I thought it was important when you recognize those tiers of accreditation, all the way at the right end, right, was the non-accredited. And then before that is probation. And these are not linear per se, as you have seen before and acted on. But probation is really, in my mind, an opportunity and a belief. It's an opportunity to recognize the deficiencies that we see and recommend, and also a belief that those can be corrected with the right steps, resources, conversations, and so forth. So I think sometimes there's a stigma with probation as, you know, we're one step away. And I think maybe looking at it a different way, it's an opportunity to get where we need to be for the students and everyone in the community. So first, we have for recommendation is Epic Charter School. I won't go through the presentation that we put together for last month's meeting. There's no need to rehash all of that, but I'm happy to answer any questions. The next one is Hardesty. Hardesty has audit findings, including not accurately reporting revenues, no receipt books. There was a negative fund balance of $134,000. That is the district that does not offer the 38 units of credit. And that is also a district that does not meet the counseling requirements for students. Infinity Generation, so at this point, if I can, there is a standalone item on the agenda for Infinity. I think we would recommend, if it's okay, that we would bring that item up to this item in the larger conversation about overall accreditation. Happy to do either one, but I think I can cover the points and have the conversation here in this item.
Because that is part of the recommendation already.
That's a recommendation, but I'd prefer to leave it as a separate item. It's not on here, it wasn't on the spreadsheet, so I'd rather leave it separated.
Actually,
Okay?
Okay. So I will pause on Infinity.
Thank you.
Cover that. Mosley is the next on this one. Mosley has excess administrative cost penalty more than $20,000. Audit findings, federal programs, there were no claims submitted for those federal funds. And I believe funds were withheld for the remainder of the year going forward. Mandated reports not timely submitted. Board member training requirements were not met. This is definitely one that we have on our list and a recommendation for probation. Moyers, you may recall 2 years ago, there was a district in the state that did not submit the civil rights data collection report. That time, that school district was one of very few of the overall school districts in the United States that did not submit that report. Moyers is in that situation this year. It's identified by the U.S. Department of Education as high risk, at risk.
Brad, do you have information on how these districts were previously? Have they had deficiencies in the past? Have they been in a different accreditation status? I don't know if you have that information, but I'd be curious.
I can certainly get it. I've seen it. It wouldn't be wise for me to comment because I don't know with certainty what that looks like, but I can certainly get it for you. Thanks, Jeremy. Ninnekah is a continuation recommendation. Just quite candidly, we do not believe that they are there at this point. They were accredited with probation last year. In opposition to that, Ulaga, maybe one that was familiar to you, they are no longer being recommended for probation. In fact, they are recommended for no deficiencies. We believe that they have done that, my word, or other words, soul searching and come to the right reasoning, the rationale for why we are doing this. And I think that's been clear. I'm not saying Ninnekah is not there, but I don't know that we're seeing that in the full way that we need to. So that's the recommendation there. Sovereign, another continuation recommendation there. Sovereign, excess administrative costs, negative fund balance of $251,000, excess cost penalty under IDEA. The audit showed lack of internal controls, child nutrition, non-compliance, not paying vendors is that one. And again, candidly believe they are at risk of insolvency. Straight public schools, overclaim of child nutrition funds, negative fund balance of $120,000, exceeded their appropriation and had an administrative cost penalty as well. Barnum, again, reporting those reports that are required timely and accurately, that we do not see that being done. Audit findings include identified embezzlement by an employee, some things that did not occur, trainings for the encumbrance clerk. That wasn't done. Those are required, but those weren't done. Lack of internal controls were not present. These are all discussed in the audit on that school district. And so have that recommendation. And then finally, Western Heights. Presented on them last month. Happy to answer any questions, but will not take up your time with that this morning.
There may be other districts that we want to pull out and not just do a blanket docket vote. So I'm making that caveat with you right now. Okay.
Sure, I'm happy to answer any questions or.
A lot of districts here.
There are.
I do want to mention on Ulaga that I want to applaud their effort. I believe their superintendent and assistant superintendent here. So after 2+ years, whatever it's been, I personally believe they've made a huge change in the right direction and kind of set an example of what can be done. So thank you to you and your team with Rebecca and others, Rebecca, for all the hard work. And I want to just shout out to Ulaga. I know they have some new board members, which is where all the great leadership starts in a district, and then new superintendent. And they've done some surveys, got some good results from the community. So again, I applaud that.
Thank
you. You had in here Tulsa Public Schools listed as with deficiency. Last month, you told us that they were found to have violated 1775, correct?
Correct.
So you and your team led that investigation. And they were found to break the law, correct?
Did, yes,
okay.
Sir.
I make a motion that we change Tulsa Public Schools accreditation status effective immediately to with warning.
Second.
What is that
Make a
definition?
motion with the rest of the whole docket.
So there may be some districts we want to pull out individually because there's so many. That's why.
Now, is there a possibility, and I don't know if you're prepared, I would think you are, with showing the evidence of those violations, because I think that's what the community is also asking for.
Sure. So thank you for that question and opportunity. So we have issued a letter that, in my opinion, details what the complaint, as it was submitted, what the issues were. There were actually 2 issues in the complaint. One, the district was found to be in compliance with, and then the other, I think we've heard about this morning. We did review that information in the complaint. It related to a training for staff, as I mentioned last month. In my opinion, it was a close call. I recognize there's a disagreement about the conclusion, but the review team here did not only look at the complaint information, the district submitted their response, the training slides were provided, and then we requested access to the audio that accompanied that training. The vendor has claimed the audio portion, we were given a limited license to use it for that one purpose. So I don't believe I have access to it at this point. But we did go through that audio with the training slides, and that was what led to our determination that there was a violation of the statute and the rule.
Can you speak to the section of the statute that you felt was violated?
Yeah. So in the letter that was submitted to the school district, went through those, I believe there are 8 different subsections in the statute. In our opinion, there were really 2 at play. The first one was the individual by virtue of race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, oppressive, consciously or unconsciously. In the letter, we say this, there were no overt statements to that language in the statute. But the administrative rule that was promulgated says if the training, which is prohibited as a part of what the course, which is what the language in the statute is, if the training includes, incorporates, or is based on any of those 8, then it's a violation. And that's where it went on the other side of that for us.
So to be clear, it's not necessarily that it's in a specific curriculum, that the administrative rule specifically also addresses these kind of scenarios which you're speaking to.
That is correct.
And therefore it deems violation of this law.
That is correct. The administrative rule defines the term course to include staff trainings.
So not in a classroom.
So I have a statement and a question. I did appreciate the representative from Moms for Liberty, which said we believe in facts over feelings. So, Mr. Clark, would you say that it was your interpretation and feelings to determine what this training was based on versus the evidence of something explicitly being stated to showcase what this training was based upon?
I do agree with that. It was the interpretation and going through that training, the audio portion particularly.
So as a board member who was required and is required to vote on this, I did not have access to the audio. I did have access to the slides. I did have access to the complaint. And in the complaint, the teacher stated that in this training that the statements were specifically to shame white people for past offenses in history and state that all are implicitly racially biased by nature. And even in the statement that we received back from the State Department in response to this, you did state what you just said, that there were no clear express statements of any of this in the training or the audio that shared that. And I have concerns, A, with the fact that we as board members were not provided with all the context to make a decision. And secondly, the confusion of implicit bias and someone being inherently racist. Implicit bias is something that we all have. The teacher who complained stated that this was specifically speaking to white people. But in this training, what I see is that it also explicitly states that we all as individuals have implicit bias. It's not inherent by nature, but it is based upon our lived experiences. I have an implicit bias against cats because they were put on a trampoline with me as a kid and scratched me in the face. And so like I have this inherent fear of cats. This is explaining in that training the same concepts of things that we experience throughout our life that can impact how we show up in the classroom. And as a former educator, as a parent who's sending my child into this district next year for pre-K, I appreciated the fact that these conversations are happening at a level in which teachers can explore and unpack what is happening within their own lives and how that shows up in the classroom. I do not at all see a violation of the law. And I also, as far as this board's responsibility in oversight and implementing the law, we need access to all of the evidence of the violation. But secondly, there was a statement made about who is the body that makes the decision. It cannot lie. And I appreciate your perspective, Mr. Clark, but your lived experiences impact how you provide what is true in the law and what is not. And so I cannot at all say that this district is accredited with warning, which means that they seriously detract, that the violation seriously detracts from the quality of the school's educational program. How can one teacher's feelings of guilt or shame detract from the quality of an entire district school education program? I do not agree.
And also, I think it would be important to mention too that the requirement stated in rule is deficiency, correct?
That is correct for this.
It's already expressed there. We are following those rules, which actually were approved and then codified through the legislature and signed by the governor.
Correct.
And so to move off the recommendation, this is why every single piece is vetted through the role of the Department of Education, because you are not going to have the actual evidence of millions of different data points or various accreditation sheets, reviews, minutes of meetings. It is a recommendation that comes as a full package to the board based on the law. Of course, you can reject that or accept that. But we do have to follow the rules that are in place.
So to your point, the permanent rules have been codified. Actually, and I'm not quoting verbatim here, but say something to the effect of the board at a minimum can move to deficiencies. Am I getting that correct, Mr. Jett?
That is correct.
Okay, so the deficiencies is at a minimum. The rule does not limit the board's decision to go beyond that.
So Brian, can you tell me, or Board Member Bobek, can you tell me what about this violation seriously detracts from the quality of the school's educational program?
Yeah, in my opinion, it violates because whoever took it was going to be biased and or potentially. So the training. So in my opinion, I respect yours, but my opinion is that warning is warranted and my motion stands.
Okay, you said your opinion is that whoever took the training is going to be biased. That's what you're saying.
It's part of, yes.
But bias doesn't equate to inherent racism.
Can you put slide 2 from your presentation, please? I think it's 2 or 3.
So I'm just curious if we have a level even understanding of implicit bias as board members and inherent racism, and maybe this is why some of this content should be taught in schools, because I just don't know that we all have a shared understanding of definitions and language here.
So I want to clarify that we do not, or as a department, you're saying that we normally can go from deficiency, bypass deficiency and go straight to warning.
That's what the rule says.
Well,
Right.
That has happened in the past. Western Heights is the example I would go to.
Western Heights was a precedent and Mr. Jets verified. Would you agree?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
the
that.
ruling on the rules, the wording on the rules at a minimum.
I didn't have that, but I'd certainly respect Travis'
Okay,
opinion.
thank you.
I'm not going to interfere with that advice.
Thank you.
I have a question. Who wrote the content of the training at issue?
There's a third-party vendor who is contracted with by the school district.
And does the school district provide 1775 to that vendor to let them know the law that applies in Oklahoma?
Good question.
I'm not aware of that. I don't know one way or the other.
what was the date of the
The training,
training?
I
think
believe
that's
it was
important.
August 2021.
Was it before the permanent rules were in effect?
Yes.
Okay,
Did the
so I think
district-
that's very important context.
Did the district review content of the training in light of the law that went into effect before it required the teachers to attend?
Did to add to that, in the response district, which we have released, they identified that they will ensure that the trainings going forward make clear that gives reason to think that this will not happen again, in my mind.
So is that an admission that they recognize there might be an issue here?
No, it wasn't that way. So I'm sorry if I said it that way.
Yeah.
It was not a recognition at all. In fact, they put forward an argument for why it was not a violation, but then said to ensure further clarity, we will work to make sure that, as Ms. Williams-Bradley said, that line of implicit bias does not equate to a perception of being racist.
In a world of social media where there's more content and more information from the individuals really in putting themselves in that position of acknowledging, there's evidence that the superintendent has said she will continue to behave in this manner and continue to violate 1775. Is that so?
I don't know. I'm not too keen on social media. If anyone has happened to look, I'm not active at all. But I only know what they put in writing.
Are there whistleblower protections baked into this law or our rules, or is it that are specific to 1775, or is it just regular whistleblower protection?
You want to answer? Sorry.
Sure. Yes, in the permanent rule, and it was in, I believe it was in the temporary rule as well, subsection L talks about whistleblower protections, and subsection K addresses retaliation.
And does it require the districts, and I just don't know the answer to this question, the district to do anything specific to protect whistleblowers in terms of reporting avenues that they make available, or is it more vague than that?
It's more vague than that with respect to whistleblowers. it says that the whistleblower will be entitled to the protections under 70 OS 6-101.6B. And so there's no, specific procedure of if you have a whistleblower, you need to go here and do this or that. It's a more general provision.
And I do think it's important to recognize, though, complainants or individuals that do email are subject to open records. So that certainly has, I think, is a point that is part of this context. So I do think that that's been mentioned, but this is not a whistleblower. This is an individual who lodged a complaint that should have gone to the district first, but they explained that they had difficulty finding.
Well, keep in mind also that the
Or
law
could
does not
have gone.
require them to go to the
That's
district.
right.
They can
You're
come
right.
straight here.
Yes.
So we need to clarify that. So also, I want to mention, and the reason why I brought up not only social media, but also the evidence that's presented. I personally was in the tier of accredited with probation. Why? Because of the deliberate and unnecessarily violates one or more of the regulations. And we've seen this district, not only with 1775, but in other ways, violate the opportunity for these students to get exceptional quality education. And there's evidence of that. So that's where, for me, that's where I stood. But I can get to the fact that accredited with warning is sufficient in this case, because we need to send the message that the deliberate breaking of a law needs to be in probation. But at this point, I can definitely stand with a warning and making sure that this doesn't happen again. And Tulsa being one of the largest districts, other districts, our state is taking a look at how we're handling this. And if we're just going to bypass and do just a deficiency, we're not following the law. And that's what we're here to do.
So if I can, well, I'll get there in a moment, I hope. No, you're okay, I think. Tulsa has had another complaint prior to this one. You might remember that. And in that instance, there was, in our minds, clearly no violation. We've also had a complaint. Look, the allegation was, look at their ESSER funds and how those have been expended. Our review team has combed through significant volume of documentation looking at HVAC projects across their more than 70 sites, and not only didn't find a violation, but found them to be in full compliance with those requirements. And so I can just, you said warning, but probation, these are the topics where we are with probation, just in comparison. And so I would offer those examples.
1775 is somewhat unique. These don't have a 1775 complaint or violation or investigation ongoing. Am I correct? These right here?
These have.
Is that correct? No, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, but they're not 1775 violations. It's a distinction. Are you saying that 1775 is not egregious? Is that what
Not
you're
in
implying?
comparison to special education.
No, I'm not comparing.
audits,
I'm not asking to
financial-
compare them. I'm asking if you think it is or not.
I actually, as you know, I voted no on the rules and implementation.
So you
of
don't think it is? Okay,
1775.
okay. Just
And so
for-
that is correct.
Okay.
However, while we're discussing changing this item and what we're voting for, I'm curious, as I look at what's written on the agenda, it says possible action on the recommendation. So do we as the board have the ability to change the recommendation that you brought before us?
Yes.
As recommended,
Absolutely.
it's not a yes or no.
Correct. It's not.
They can't pull it out.
Correct. No, they can pull it out. It's the board has the ability to, under the administrative rules, to analyze the recommendations made by the department. It is the board as a whole that ultimately makes the decision. And I feel confident that that for purposes of open meetings, that the agenda item is broad enough. I don't have concerns about that.
Does it make a difference to you that this was not an employee or a staff member or anyone that was under the employment or by contract with other than that did this other than a vendor that acted independently, or does that make any difference to you? Do you see any distinction between, I'm just asking Mr. Bobek.
I don't, not after
So-
his investigation has said that they broke the law. That's what the clarity I needed from Brad. Oh, you said you had evidence.
He didn't have evidence. He said that he implied and inferred from listening to the recording that this is what the
So
training
this-
was based
I'm just
on.
curious.
Therefore, that's not evidence.
Well, he said there was audio.
Yes, that he had to make an inference from based on the audio that never explicitly said that an individual by virtue of his race or her race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive. None of these things were ever said. He had to make an inference as a white man what was meant by this training.
Brad,
Well,
did you make this decision singly on your own?
No, I did not.
And we recognize that all legal conclusions and recommendations are made by inference from evidence. Even if you had a jury trial, everyone who's making the decision is making inferences based on evidence. So,
But I've never been, as a board member, have you been given the evidence? Have you gotten to listen to the audio? If that is the evidence, then sure, okay. But I have not received any evidence.
well, you've received the written evidence.
But again, if the evidence was in the audio, because he said that the decision was made based on the audio, not based on what was written or the slides, you as a board member, me as a board member, we have not received that audio, so we have not received that evidence.
But if it is written, it is as
It's
if
not
we
written.
received.
It wasn't written.
But it's
He said that it was different from the slides.
What you provided. And I think that this speaks to even a deeper conversation of because of the color of someone's skin, which you just referenced, Mr.
Implicit racial bias.
Is
correct.
the fact that because of the color of his skin, he's going to make decisions differently than you as a Black woman.
He is.
But I think that's where we have to be wise enough, as you've mentioned, take a look at the evidence. And when we speak to, does it make a difference if it's a third party that did it? Yes. Now, here's the reason why even greater responsibility needs to be done on the district. It is their responsibility of oversight. If it's a third party, it is their responsibility to make sure that they adhere to 1775. And for that reason, we have to go ahead and put them on the warning as we have a motion and a second on the table.
Estella, here's the statement that I have to make. Yes, as a Black woman, my lived experience is polar opposite from yours, from Brad's, from Brian's, from Jennifer's. I mean, even me and Terry have different experiences as Black women. That is to be expected. So for you to claim that I'm saying this because of the color of his skin, it's because of our lived experiences. It's because of the ways that we experience society. That is how implicit bias is formed. I have implicit biases, as do you, right? So these are the concepts that were being taught in that training. It has nothing, just because I bring up the color of someone's skin, I think that people get really sensitive about that. But that's why we need to have more explicit conversations about the intersectionality of gender, of race, because it shapes our lived experiences. It shapes the way that our students experience their time in the classroom, and it shapes the way that they receive their education. If we are blind to that, we are ignoring the ability to provide a high quality education to students in this state.
So as you, and I respect your statement and your opinion on this, and everyone is going to have a different perspective and where they derive to that. Yes, of course, all of our experiences are different. However, when presented with evidence, when there are laws that are created, your opinion, your lived experiences, we also have to take into account how that's affecting and impacting the broader community, the state as a whole. And I bring that up because we had one of the members speak to DEI, to where a lived experience of someone who was going through gender dysphoria, let's say, and it's important, and in going through that experience, does that force someone else that may have a different experience, whether it's a biblical worldview or a non-biblical worldview? We look at the evidence and we look at science. There has to be a perspective as to where we're looking through those lens. And so for me, or for those that are teaching DEI, for them to say that you must go against your experience of religious beliefs or what you were brought up is completely intrusive as to those biblical worldviews, as she was mentioning as well. Same thing in this scenario. So those different experiences that you have lived, that I have lived, have to be
This
looked
training,
at.
the
but-
evidence we saw, had nothing to do with
So it does, because you have to look at the evidence. So either we're going to look at it through scientific evidence, experiences. So obviously, if we're going to do scientific evidence, we're not looking at that when we're trying to push a specific agenda of there are 10 genders.
Okay, that wasn't a part of this
No,
discussion.
but I have to bring that up into this discussion because you brought up lived experiences.
Implicit
So
bias doesn't
therefore,
have anything to do with
those
gender
indi-
dysphoria that was discussed by a public comment that had nothing to do with
it's a deeper conversation that this body needs to have. And as we break down these different decisions and these motions that we're making, we have to bring in all of those elements. And so it's important for us to, once again, look at the evidence. And what does the evidence show? And to me, and what you have mentioned, I'm not an attorney, nor are you. And so therefore, we have to be able to listen to legal counsel.
This is the
Also,
same
look
legal
at the
counsel
law.
that you're listening to now that you wanted to not represent the board, right? Because you
And
didn't want to
therefore,
listen to him
wait,
on other
and
issues.
therefore we have to, correct? So therefore, as wise individuals of the board, we have to look at everything as a whole and not be so narrow-minded and keeping our blinders on those personal experiences that will shape us, but also look at other experiences and say, we do need additional information. We do need evidence. And what does the evidence show? And in this instance, the evidence is clear and it's showing a violation of 1775.
All right. I think it's important to note that the emergency rule was not in effect until September 23rd, 2021. Need to keep that in mind. No matter what anyone in this room feels about the law, we have a law. The law also has rules established with that. And we know that this is a law that has a lot of vagueness. I am also knowing that there is a lot of work put into finding the right determination through examination. There was due diligence. There was also work to discuss the findings with also the district. And there is before you a recommendation that does comply with the current rules regarding a vendor with the district. And that is a deficiency. I will say it is, in my opinion, an escalation that feels rather emotional. We've seen a lot of things on the news, through social media, that seem to be attacking various aspects of the children and the teachers and the personnel at Tulsa Public Schools, because they are feeling that. And it's really, I think, important for us to focus back on what we are here to examine, which is some facts, recommendation, and following the rules that are in place today with the understanding of what was in place at the time under the state law and rules. And with that, I make the recommendation. Can't make a motion, but I do want to ask you, as you are considering, that you would follow the recommendations that have been put forward by the State Department of Education for deficiency, which complies with the rules that you passed of 1775 in this particular context.
Brad, what was the date of the training?
Sorry. I believe it was August of 2021.
21.
And does Tulsa Public have other deficiencies right now besides 1775?
There is one recommended at the district level relating to monitoring from statewide assessments.
Okay.
Which is why we put them as the multiple deficiency. That is what that status is when you have more than one. So this would be 2.
And then to go among the 70 or so sites within the district, I believe 4 have recommended recommendations for 1 deficiency. And then the others,
all the rest.
the recollection from the sheet is those are not recommended for any deficiency.
Okay.
So that is not uncommon. All right. Now, there is a motion and a second on the table. And would you care anyone to have any further discussion about that? Are you pulling Tulsa off, or are you to handle, or are you taking everything right now as a whole?
No, ma'am, I pulled Tulsa off.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And my motion to put them on warning immediately still stands.
And just to clarify, you're pulling Tulsa off, but are you also pulling out?
But we may need to, I clarified the rat early on that we may need to take some of these out to discuss them because there's so many.
Yeah.
That was.
Are you wanting to do then a separate motion for Tulsa? Is that what you're asking for right this moment? You're
That's
not
exact-
talking about
That's
any other
exactly
school
right.
district?
That's
Okay.
exactly right.
All right, so you are making a special motion only for Tulsa right now.
Correct.
Okay. All right, then. Please call the roll.
Ms. Williams Bradley,
No.
Ms. Hernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Bobek,
Yes.
Ms. Munnings,
Yes.
Ms. Lepeck,
Yes.
Superintendent Hofmeister.
No. All right, next. Again, that is against the recommendation of the State Department of Education, and I stand with those recommendations as provided for the public.
That motion passed, right? Okay.
And next, excuse me, thank you, I appreciate. Next item for then consideration under this agenda item would be, what is your recommendation? What is your motion?
Do you have any others you want to talk about? We clarified Oklahoma City Public was pulled off of the warning and put with deficiency.
1 deficiency.
Yeah,
That's correct.
one deficiency.
That
Okay.
is part of our recommendation.
Right. Did you guys have any?
I'll make a motion to approve the rest of the recommendations outside of IGG, which is a separate item.
I'll second that.
I have a comment. I'm like deeply unsettled by what just happened. We chose Tulsa Public Schools out of this list of, I don't even know how many districts we just went through to enhance the standard really of what we're applying across the board. Secondly, Tulsa is the largest district in our state. And it is also filled with predominantly students of color as we talk about 1775. Like, it is infuriating to sit in this seat and to witness what just happened. And I have to be on the record stating that it's not okay.
But it did pass.
I understand that it passed, and that is why I'm stating what I have to say about it. Now that you all said you wanted to pull other districts and you don't, we're going to blanket accept the rest of the recommendations. It was only about Tulsa. It's clear.
I said at the beginning.
And the
Carla said that-
bias is shown.
Carla.
Excuse me.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. I would like to allow this board, Ms. Bradley, to continue whatever you need to say.
Yeah, I'm done. I do want to note that there's some extreme bias against this district, and it shows. Thank you.
And I have a question. It was, and in this meeting, was it only Tulsa where there was a complaint and a clear violation of 1775. Were there any other districts that had this violation?
There is one
There
other
is.
district.
And you just made the distinction only for Tulsa.
Okay, so present, and why have you not?
It was
brought
in the
that up?
documentation.
It was in the
that we got.
documentation in our
But we
recommendations.
have not discussed.
He didn't
and was
discuss
not brought
1775.
up.
He didn't
But-
discuss it
but-
in that presentation.
We
He never
we had
discussed
a
it.
previous discussion about this violation last board meeting.
But also, if we comb through all of the documentation that was provided to us before the meeting, it told us each of the violations. by-
But as Jennifer mentioned, it's been in previous board meetings that the others have been discussed, and this is the first time that we have had it with Tulsa.
It wasn't the first time we've had it with Tulsa. This is the
So
second. vi-
1775 has been violated more than once by Tulsa, is what you're
Actually,
saying?
what the State Department found was that it was not violated with the first one, nor do I feel that it was violated. in this.
All right.
Well, we don't feel that, we may not feel that way, but what you're saying is that it was. And so that's why Tulsa, it's not that it's being targeted, but it's what's being brought up in evidence that's provided in
This
this
was,
meeting.
excuse me, I would like to just clarify something. We're going to get a little bit more order here. I would ask those that are in the audience to please respect the need to focus here. And one, it was the State Department of Education that made a recommendation for 2 districts that had violated the rules and law of House Bill 1775. That is all part of your packet, along with many other things. Mr. Bobek chose to make a motion separating out Tulsa Public Schools, and that is what was on the table. And now we have more work to do. So is there another motion related to all of the other recommendations for accreditation?
I've made a motion. I do have a question though.
And before you go on, could you just restate, your motion was to approve everything else? Is there a second?
Except for IGG, which is a separate item on the agenda.
And we have a second. All right, now, any comments and discussion?
I guess I just wanted to ask, and I appreciate, I did read all of this before this meeting. And so maybe I missed it. I guess I'm confused because violations of 1775 are required to come to this board monthly. So that was not something that was specific. Previously, it was brought to our attention in the monthly meeting that there was a violation of 1775. Why was that same process not followed for whatever other district that clearly I did miss?
Great question.
In here.
So after the last board meeting, which I think was June 23rd, the State Department of Education received communication from a school district that school district had done their own investigation and determined there was a violation of that statute. No involvement of the State Department of Education. There was no board meeting from that time. And so that's why it is now on there, but it is on there.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any other comment or question?
Which school district is it?
Mustang Public Schools.
All right,
What's your recommendation on that?
we had the same recommendation, which is according to the rules, it was for a deficiency.
And was that materials provided to teachers and staff or to students, or what was it?
Good question. It was a classroom setting. Teacher went through, my own words here, an exercise with all students in the class.
So this was something that was directly related to students, unlike TPS.
I mean, I'm happy to change my motion because I mean, to the point of that we're being accused of treating Tulsa differently. I was not aware of the Mustang. I mean, I'm fine with changing my motion if I can.
I disagree that that recommendation is not something we would propose either. We have followed the rules and have made a recommendation and do not think either.
Why would you not allow her to pull out?
Well, I'm just sharing what I would recommend that we've made
I understand.
recommendations.
You're talking
And-
about consistency of application,
Mhm.
right? And so I appreciate that as far as being consistent in our application. And frankly, it's why I don't believe that Tulsa should be put on probation. Because we,
Absolutely
as a
not.
board,
Yes.
have held very strong that we, only the most egregious violations, we put schools on probation. And I think that we have proven that that is true. And so I was not, clearly not, I was not supportive of that. And so to me, my point is I was not aware that there was another 1775 violation on here. So I appreciate that we try to be consistent with how we apply what we consider. I mean, we take this very seriously. I mean, I take it very seriously. I think the rest of the board takes it very seriously. So, I mean, I was not aware that there was another one, and I don't want to leave here and people to be under the impression that we're unfairly targeting TPS when there's another school district that had a similar violation that we're treating differently. It would be my
Change your motion.
recommendation, if I can, change my motion.
I'm not sure about that.
So there could be there's a motion that's been seconded on the table. That motion could be amended. That would be proper to amend the motion at that time. So that's where we are as a matter of
Amend
procedure.
my own motion.
Yeah.
You can withdraw your motion, your emotion, your motion.
Yeah, we can, I mean, practically. we
Or you can
withdraw
amend.
it, Or you can amend it. It's the same, 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other.
Or you can pull them off. I would pull them off. That would be
Yeah,
the
I agree.
recommendation.
And so I'll amend my motion to approve the rest of the recommendations from the department outside of Mustang Public Schools and IGG, and have those be separate items.
I second that.
Okay, so what just happened is you made a decision right now to pull them off as separate items. Are you making a motion then on one of those items right now?
I think this is the group
This is the whole group,
except for
except for
those
those.
two.
Got it. All right. All right. Any other comments? Please call the roll for the accreditation as recommended by the Department of Education on all of the remaining districts and school sites related to this agenda item, except for the two that you mentioned. Okay, please call the roll.
Ms. Williams Bradford,
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Bobeck,
Aye.
Ms. Moniz,
Aye.
Ms. Leapak,
Aye.
Superintendent Hofmeister.
Aye. Okay, those recommendations are approved.
I'll make a motion to place Mustang Public Schools as accreditation with warning.
Second.
And what is their accreditation status recommendation?
Accredited with one deficiency.
No, it says
So their
deficiencies.
only deficiency
I'm
is.
sorry.
It says deficiencies plural in the spreadsheet.
Like I said, there were 2,500.
Well, that's why, yeah, I didn't catch it either, because there's so many.
So this is more than one deficiency, or this is the deficiency?
If that's what is reflected. Sorry, I'm looking at Ryan. Piper.
It looks like it's as only
It says
one.
only deficiency.
It's only
One
For
deficiency.
the district, that's my recollection, that there was
Yeah,
one
there's
deficiency.
One deficiency. Not deficiency.
Oh, the deficiencies are by the individual sites, I guess.
Okay, so then
that
the
correct?
recommendation or the motion, have you made the motion?
Yes.
Okay, was there a second?
Second.
Okay,
Okay.
and that is for Mustang to move from the recommended deficiency to deficiency with warning. Is that right?
Well, just to be placed on accreditation with warning.
Well, okay, I'm just making sure we're moving it, right? We're moving, the request is to move them from the recommended deficiency to deficiency with warning.
Yeah, she
Yes.
pulled them out and we're voting to
Got it.
put them on
All
warning.
right.
That's
Please
correct.
call the roll if there's no discussion.
Ms. Williams Bradford,
No.
Ms. Hernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Bobeck,
Yes.
Ms. Moniz,
Yes.
Ms. Leapak,
Yes.
Superintendent Hofmeister.
No. And again, the reason for that is I stand with the recommendations made in compliance with the rules for House Bill 1775.
I will, previously you said stand in compliance with, or in alignment with the
recommendation.
recommendation from the department. To imply that we went outside the bounds of a rule, I don't think it's correct.
All right, next, what do you have?
Are we on the next item or
No,
are
I
we
think
on?
we still have one more school.
Yeah, well,
It's a
that's a
separate
separate
item.
item, which is what I was trying to
8B.
clarify. We had to pull it out. Yes, that's correct.
So on the fly here, I have now realized I did not send Jeremy my presentation as I was prepared to discuss Infinity with the prior item. Would it be possible to shift and I can
Sure.
go upstairs, get that presentation, Jeremy?
Take a 5-minute break.
Take a break?
Whatever.
Happy to
we can
do
take it.
that.
Yeah.
All right, and with that, then the understanding is all of those that you saw on probation are on probation, which includes, and we will take a, let's say, 10-minute break,
Perfect.
which would put us at 12:10, let's say. Great.
You're having apples, I'm having candy. Your baby twins, I'm sure. That's rough.
Excuse me. Well, we don't have to.
That's
Yeah, we're
right.
about to do that. Okay. All right, board members will come now back out of the break and resume the meeting. We are on item number 8B. And Mr. Clark, please go ahead and address the board.
Thank you, and I appreciate the brief pause so I could run upstairs and get this presentation.
All right, thank you.
Infinity Generation Generals, I'm going to refer to it as IGG, I think most often. Infinity Generation is a private school, I believe it's been in existence since about 2014, 2015. But fast forward to August of 2021, it was accredited by you all, State Board of Education. Before and after that, but the Emergency Assistance to Non-Public Schools, EANS, referred to it, is a federal relief program under the COVID relief packages brought by Congress and signed by the president. IGG is a participant in this federal program, and we're going to talk about that quite a bit, I think, today. Miss Gina Darby is here. I see her in the audience. You all may have questions for her. So if you want to pause me, just let me know, and we can do that, of course. I'm also going to mention Impact Athletics. So I'll ask you to hold that one for a bit, but let's jump into EANS. So the Emergency Relief Program for Non-Public Schools in the statute sets out the purpose, which is to provide services or assistance to non-public schools under the COVID relief laws. More specifically, it's designed to provide the relief to schools who are disproportionately impacted by COVID and who have student enrollment made up of primarily low-income students or students who qualify for that low-income determination. To be eligible to participate in the program, the private school or the non-public school must be a nonprofit, accredited, licensed, or operated within requirements of state law, and then exist prior to the COVID commencement. Usually we see that as March 13th, 2020. Not have received a PPP loan, paycheck protection, and then file an application with the Oklahoma State Department of Education. Those are really the main requirements to be eligible. The application, this is a template across all 50 states. The application has to identify the number and percentage of low-income students. Makes sense given that that is the purpose. The magic date for the identification of how many total students you have and how many of those students are low income was October 1 of 2020. There's a set of assurances in the application. You will comply with the federal regulations, which include that all uses of funds or services, I should say, comply with federal regulations. They all must be reasonable and necessary. These are typical programmatic requirements in federal regulation. And then finally, there's sort of a certification that everything that I am signing on behalf of this non-public school is true and correct, and any misrepresentation, false representation, not only may subject you to suspension, termination of the program, but maybe others. That did occur. IGG, sorry, Jeremy. The copy of the application, you can see in the bottom right portion of the lower, or bottom left, excuse me, of the image on the left, submitted, signed by Ms. Darby on behalf of the school, October 13th, 2021. You can see the certification there and the assurances at the top right. So in the application, IGG certified that it had a total enrollment of 40 students and that 35 of those students qualify as low income on that date certain, October 1, 2020. Fast forward into the next month, November, IGG revises those numbers quite significantly. The revision states that actually, if we're talking about October 1 of 2020, our enrollment was significantly higher. We had a high COVID enrollment in 2020. I believe the claim is we had our on-site instructional program and we also had a virtual program. And so students would come, and we've learned, at least I have this morning, that some other information on that claim is that students who were enrolled in public school would do that work in the morning and then receive other supplemental or instructional services at IGG later in the day. Okay. So again, the revision was to take the previously identified 35 low-income students up to 151. And on that representation, that certification from the revision, an allocation was determined for the services or assistance at IGG of just north of $1 million.
Let me ask a question. Did they give any kind of reason for why their numbers were so different a month, 30 days earlier?
Claim misunderstanding, thought that we at the department were asking for the enrollment on October 1, 2021, which IGG identified on that date would have been the 40 and 35. So when IGG said, actually, we're not talking about 2021 enrollment, we're talking about 2020, the numbers are the 157 and 151.
I don't know that this is a question. Maybe I'll try and form it in a question of, I don't know for the other private schools that the State Department accredits, or State Board, I guess, accredits. It doesn't surprise me that at the height of COVID in October of 2020, that a private school that was open versus public schools that were virtual only at that time, that there would be a rise. I think we saw this with many schools where there was a rise in population during that time period. And then when public schools reopened, that there was a decrease in population at, not universally, but at some schools. Was that?
I don't have any
Okay.
evidence one way or the other on that. So those are just the facts. I think on the letter that was in the packet with the handouts, I think it's attachment C would be those emails with the revisions. So that's a pretty big differentiation between 157 and 40 in a year. But perhaps to your point, Ms. Monies, maybe that's why, I'm not sure. But it did raise a question in the OSDE's mind. There was a 400% loss in enrollment in 1 year, which is quite significant. So fast forward to, I believe it was April of 2022, the OSDE and a vendor saw the IGG budget for EANS and that allocation of the $1 million was seeking to hire, it's not 20, it's actually 19 positions, which raised another question in our mind of, if the school has 40 students, why are we hiring 19 instructional staff? That threshold, I think, jumps out, right? And are these reasonable and necessary proposed expenditures of these federal relief dollars? And so questions were raised, and a follow-on question was raised about the enrollment. Is this accurate? You know, we had the revision, and the revision shows the 400% loss in enrollment, and then the budget. So questions were continued to be asked there, leading to a regional accreditation officer going to the school site on May 9th of 2022 and doing a physical head count. And there were fewer than 40 students there. And if you look at the...
But can I ask a question on that?
Of course.
I mean, for any district, that could, you know, the count on May 9th will very likely not match the count on October 1st.
Correct. But the head count on May 9th is consistent with the October 1, 2021 number.
Sure.
And the application that was submitted to the State Board for accreditation identifies that IGG will have fewer than 10 students in every class and 7 to 10 classrooms. So it's much closer to that 3540 than the 157. That's the point. So following that head count on May 9th, the OSD requested enrollment verification. Can you show us that these students, these numbers, match up with students enrolled in the school on that date of October 1, 2020? So what are we looking for when we ask that question? As a parent, as someone who has recently submitted an application for enrollment, you know, you're going to see the signature, whether it's electronic or a wet signature, contact information, and so on. There's an enrollment application. And so the IGG handbook on the website refers to an enrollment contract. It also refers to some enrollment process, some enrollment application. And so we would expect, I think, to see the enrollment application, just as you could see on Putnam City or St. Eugene or wherever. It's also, if you look on the IGG website, there are other applications, but there's no enrollment application. So what does that process look like? And the RAOs, the accreditation officers, requested those enrollment forms, and they were not provided. Recently, there are these student data cards that are not dated, are not signed, but appear, for the most part, in my opinion, to be information recorded by someone at the school with some contact information, date of birth, but it's not the enrollment form. So that's still a question in our mind.
Can I ask one question on that? Given the timing, I know in October 2020, IGG was not accredited by the state, and they were accredited in August of 21. Would they have been required to have that enrollment forms that they would submit to the state if they weren't accredited by the
No.
state?
So the second part of that is our attendance logs. The application for accreditation refers to a student information system, an electronic system that you enter attendance data. There are numbers of those out there. They have their own, at least according to the application for accreditation. And so, can you go in and request a printout of attendance? No, that has not been provided, to my knowledge. There are attendance sheets, handwritten forms. There are Excel spreadsheets. Some of those refer to a child nutrition, which is not the school, but it's a child nutrition feeding site. Some of them refer to a dream center location, which I don't believe is a school. And then some do refer to IGG. So there were inconsistencies at best in the records. Sorry.
Yeah, if we can go back, I'm trying to piece your timeline together because in October of 2020, they were not accredited by this board.
Right.
So they don't have guidance as to how they're going to proceed, what those guidelines, the expectations from the accreditation department, from SDE. When were they provided a checklist per se, or a handbook, guidelines, expectations, once they were accredited?
Even before they were accredited by the State Board of Education, they were a participant, I believe, in EANS 1, which was earlier in 2021.
Yes, but I'm trying to, the thing is, we have to separate the two. We're talking about the school at this moment, correct?
Sure,
Okay.
yes.
So if we stay focused on the school, they were not accredited in those times of what you're claiming that of their deficiencies. But once they were accredited, I'm asking, what does this department provide private schools or any others with guidance on expectations, policies and procedures? This is what's expected of you. Otherwise, we're going to put you as deficient or,
Once a private school signs the name to participate in a federal program, whether that's child nutrition or federal programs like we're talking about with EANS, they assure that they will comply with these requirements. And so there are trainings and
but
webinars.
You're still going into the federal side. I'm speaking about this department, SDE. What do they provide a school
Once you
are accredited? That says these are SDE's expectations of you.
So they have an assigned regional accreditation officer. There are trainings that are provided, whether that's child nutrition, which is administered by the OSDE, right? There are federal programs, webinars specific to non-public schools, accredited, not accredited. There are a variety of trainings, resources that are provided and available
So
to
is
them if they choose.
I'm sorry, Brad, is the RAO responsible for training them on what the state would expect of them?
No,
But would the RAO be the vehicle to provide the information to them of what they need?
can be.
Yeah, so as a previous superintendent, I'll say there is a lot to comply to for
Sure.
accreditation. However, there's a lot of resources from the handbook, from your RAO being a resource to you. But like at the beginning of the year, when I had to submit for accreditation, I had a checklist of all of the different information. I can go back to the handbook and look through and see what are the reports that I need to submit, what's the timeline of that. But it really is on as most things, are on the organization leadership to take on the learning opportunities.
Nothing compels them to seek accreditation. They sought accreditation and sought to be a part of these programs.
Can I ask, and maybe you're going to get to this, so I'm sorry if you are. I believe they did go through this same accreditation process that everyone else did and were found to have no deficiencies in the May. Is that correct?
Sorry, in May?
Yes, this May.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Where does May come in with accreditation deficiencies?
It's my understanding. I believe that the RA, I don't know if it's the RAO. Just like every other school, I guess, goes and does an evaluation of have you met all of the qualifications. And it's my understanding that they were told that they had no deficiencies based on accredited, the checklist of things that are required to get accredited.
Thank you. I definitely understand what you're talking about now. That may be the case, but none of this was known at that time.
Okay.
So what you're telling me is that the department, when they go out, I guess I'm looking for those expectations for that site leader. And when the individual goes out from SDE to meet with them, what those expectations are, but why would they say there are no deficiencies? And now they're saying that there are. I'm just trying to, once again, let's look at the evidence.
Yeah, so definitely, evidence is key, right? The RAOs have a 47 question checklist that identify drills, CPR trainings. There are other aspects of federal programs that, if known, will show up within the accreditation sheet. What I am saying is, at the time, these questions, there was no full review of them like we are at today.
Okay, so let's separate that then. If we go to that 47 check marks that they're going through, in May, you're mentioning that they went through that list, they checked off all of them, and they said, you're good to go. However, you said that they applied for 1 and 2 for the Eames?
I believe that is correct. Just 2.
Okay, so when they applied for the 2 is when it flagged this department. Is that what I'm understanding?
When did the application?
October 13th, 2021.
Okay, and so in May
of 22,
just like
of 22, off of that 47 check marks that they did, they were good to go. And then when did the Eames flag? What was the date for that one? Yes, sir.
2nd.
Okay, so that was end of April.
Timeline here. October 13th, 2021, application for Eames 2 is submitted, signed by Ms. Darby on behalf of IGG.
But the Eames was flagged in April.
One second.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. October 13th, 2021. That's the starting point for this, right? Just like with traditional public schools who certify data, we rely on those representations because of these certifications that the information is true and correct. Similar to when you file your taxes. The IRS may later discover something that causes a review and a clawback, questions, whatever the penalty interest may be, right? What I'm suggesting is that is what happened here. The certification was made and another certification was made, and then questions arose, is that the right? In April to May of 2022.
But you did mention when you were speaking about on this slide that there was a misunderstanding between the department and IGJ, that they thought you were asking for one date, but it was actually another. And they came back and provided you with the information that you were requesting, including enrollment information, names of that sort.
No, I think it's the opposite that I'm suggesting.
So they have not provided you with any names of any students at all.
Yeah, just as much as I can write Mike, James, Tony on a form and give that to you. but it's not on an enrollment form like you would typically see if you enroll your kid somewhere else.
But at that time, they wouldn't have had that because they weren't accredited by this department, correct?
Whether it's a question of did they have to have it or did they have it? That's the question. And
But was there that communication between you and that school saying, this is what we expect of you now that you're accredited? And apparently that's where I see that I'm trying to find the ill intent, the deliberate action of, I'm going to get one over on SDE. I'm not seeing that.
So I think that's where we're going with these questions.
Can I ask the question real quick? You probably said it and I may have missed it, but what, if I'm understanding this right, the school self-reports enrollment and funds are dispersed based on their self-reporting. And then there was something that caught the department's attention to look into it. What was it that caught the department's attention?
It was the budget initially.
Okay.
Where the request for those additional instructional coaches and the numbers that were submitted, which raised a flag and then raised it between others here in the room and me to question, well, those numbers are way different than what we were looking at before. Why such a difference?
So then the department has conducted or is conducting some kind of investigation into that. I'm using my own words here, and to try to independently verify what enrollment actually was at the time that we're talking about.
That's absolutely correct. And let's get to it. There's one other discovery at that time. So I mentioned the Dream Center, there's a child nutrition program, there's this private school, there's another entity, Oklahoma Youth Leadership Program, I believe. OYLP is this at the top of the organization. And then as an umbrella, there was previously an organization called Impact Athletics. Ms. Darby is the common principal of Impact Athletics and IHEG. And that, when these questions, this review investigation was going on, it was another flag of these numbers. We're not seeing any ability to substantiate them here. And then in 2021, we had an issue with substantiating information with Impact Athletics, further leading to doubt in our minds that the EANS information was correct as it was certified.
Can I ask, so participation in the child nutrition program for Impact Athletics was terminated by this department in 2021?
Correct. For reasons I would submit are similar to what we have doubts about with EANS. So if you look at inadequate records, inability to substantiate claims for expenditures, the OSDE proposed not just the termination, but to recoup $726,000 over a period of 4 months. Those are the claims that were submitted. That issue, as it says here, is on remand. And so the administrative law judge said what the department did was zero out all of the claims because the records were so scattered, to be nice about it. But the ALJ affirmed the recoupment of the $177,000. And so when we saw the similarities with record keeping inadequacies, that's why the proposal is before you today, with the totality of the circumstances there.
I think the difficulty that I have with it, and I understand this and appreciate the concern. I think what we have to decide is, they had records from October 2020. They weren't required to have specific enrollment records because they were not accredited by the state. And unfortunately, because of that, I understand trying to verify, and I've seen all of the enrollment documentation, and met with Miss Darby to try, and it's complicated, right? So I can appreciate it, but to me, this is a separate deal in the sense of whatever the expectations were, and I don't think we have to get into that because we aren't asking about this today, of were the expectations clear of what reporting was needed for this and all of that? We could go down that rabbit hole. But I think the difficulty is always going to be that, they weren't required to have enrollment records at the time because they weren't accredited. And yet you need to try and verify that they had the students that they're, getting paid for. So I understand that. So that's where I think the rub is. And I don't see, a deliberate intent to not provide the department, with certain things. They provided, I think, what they had. The question is what they had good enough, given that they didn't have a requirement on them at the time to fill out specific forms.
To your point, the letter that was sent on June 17th, I think, to Infinity recommended non-accreditation, right? But we've continued to have these conversations, even this morning, talking about the part-time enrollment versus full-time enrollment. Does that qualify for EANS? I think that's why, if I may, there's not a proposal to non-accredit them, but probation, we believe, would be appropriate.
And we may bring non-accreditation in the future if it's warranted. But to be fair with any information that's provided, of course, that needs to be examined. My caution to the board is to please take very seriously. We are dealing with federal funds, of course, state funds. Every set of taxpayer dollars are very critical that there be oversight here. But there is certainly an ongoing element of investigation here. And when a institution or school chooses to seek accreditation, there are certain standards, of course, and you've identified that they may not have had a need to have the kind of records that they would have to continue to have as a accredited institution. There are other elements to this that we'll be happy to continue to talk about, but for our agenda today, the probation is reasonable and certainly allows for this institution and others who may be participating to be on notice that this is part of an investigation into clearing up where records today create greater questions because they lack what's needed to substantiate what has been claimed by the school.
And is that process, I'm kind of tripping over this idea that we have the school self-report, we disperse funds, and then we go look at it later. Is that a typical process, or is that something specific to, because it's a private school or this type of funding, or what?
So it's actually the reverse. For federal programs, it's a reimbursement. So, and then even more so with EANS 2 anyway, there's no allocation, no disbursement.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So this money was not actually paid?
No, sorry, I'm looking for some help there. That's true. It's an allocation. And so at this point in time, we have
none of this has been paid to the school yet?
That is correct.
Okay.
It will never be paid because under the federal program, this particular one, you cannot receive payment. Rather,
it's a
reimbursement. Okay.
Well,
no.
Under EANS 1, it was some were reimbursed. Under EANS 2, it's direct services. So the state contracts with an entity, right?
Yes.
Sorry, and then those services are provided to the non.
Which was the request for the hiring the people. The request was for the department to pay for that.
Yeah, sorry, absolutely.
Add a little bit of
Please
clarity.
go to the microphone.
Sure. I'm Kathy Dodd. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for Federal Programs, and my team is here too to help answer any questions. I will say that to Brad's point about federal funds, anytime we are looking at an expenditure, we are first meeting that standard of what is reasonable and appropriate. And that's a federal standard before we look, of course, is the expense allowable? And then is it reasonable and appropriate? And so in the case of looking at the staffing,
what we saw was a staffing pattern that was being requested to be paid from Eanes 2 through our state provider, GALT, for instructional support for around 40 students. There were 19 additional positions being requested. What caught our eye too was the time that the school was stating that services were being provided. And that was from 8 in the morning every day, 7 in the morning every day until 7 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday. And for summer programming to be 6 a.m. every day through 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. And so when we see that the request is being made to pay staff for every single hour of the day, lunches aren't even included, like in Ms. Darby's proposed schedule at 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., she would be acting as an instructional coach. From 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., she would be the director. From 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., she would act back as an instructional coach. And in those 5 hours of the day that she would be acting as an instructional coach, that's a $50 an hour payment, $5,000 additional pay every month. That is not what we normally see in our other schools that participate in this program. So usually we would see additional staff that would be added. It would usually complement the school day. There wouldn't be commingling of the hours that were across lunch hours and very much into the evening every day and into the morning every day, Monday through Friday. So that raised a question for us.
Now, was she in communication with you throughout this process and saying, give me some guidance on how to provide this to you, how to outline this out for you, so I'm, following with your expectations? Was she communicating?
Yes.
She was, okay. So my follow-up to that is, as you were going down and looking at what normally you would look at to approve or not approve, you did approve it, correct? Even after that communication with her to ensure. So she was never approved for the Eanes 2.
She was approved to be a participant in Eanes 2.
She approved for those dollars, to receive those dollars, and that what she provided you was actually adequate in that you approved that request of what you mentioned, that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
We did not approve.
SDE never said you're approved for Eanes 2. And what you just mentioned, 7 a.m. and who they were hiring or what they were hiring, that you said it's okay, you are approved for Eanes 2.
You're approved for an allocation based on your student count.
Okay, and isn't that an approval? If you're saying we're going to allocate whatever amount to be able to pay that number of staff, that amount of staff.
No, actually, we give an allocation based on your student count, and then you have to utilize that allocation for an approvable expense.
Now, what I want to remind and bring context to this conversation is a 7 a.m. from 7 p.m. in a underserved community like Northeast Oklahoma City. Those are the hours in which parents operate. Northeast Oklahoma City has single parent homes, kids whose parents are incarcerated, living with grandma, not knowing how their day is going to pan out. Their days do start at 7 a.m. And when these parents are, or the lack of parents in the home, those days to make sure that they have ends meet, they're working till 7 p.m. at night. So that to me does not deem discrepancy or malintent on how these hours or the number of staff they need. And to my understanding and what was provided to us, Brad, you all approved them for the Eanes 2. So I'm actually seeing more of a consistent just misunderstanding between both parties rather than a school that is serving minorities, a desert of an area that really is not being served. And here we are, we have a school that's finally serving them. And during a time of a pandemic, you had families flocking to anywhere they can get food, that they can also get an education and be in person. And this was one of the only schools that was serving them in the Northeast side. So I'm looking for evidence. And to me, you haven't given me enough to deem probation. And here's why. You all actually said that they were good and that there were no deficiencies. And also, when you get to those deficiencies, you're giving them going straight to probation. And if you'll notice on your tiers, Brad, it says that if they did not correct those deficiencies, then probation should be considered. But we haven't even gone to that. So Superintendent Hoffmeister, with all due respect, I disagree with probation. I'm actually on to where we need to do a warning, because there needs to be more communication from this department to schools like theirs that just opened up not even a year ago. And here we are trying to remove them and putting them on probation when you haven't even come alongside them to provide them with adequate assistance so that they can continue to serve students. And for that reason, I make a motion that they be put on, that it's a warning and not a probation.
We haven't finished the presentation, so.
Okay, well, I'll wait for the presentation to be completed. But like I said, I'm looking for evidence and I've yet to see it.
So I just would like to add one thing about the importance of support. So one of the things that we did with the EANS initiative is to have an EANS ombudsman here in the agency, and that person is assigned to those schools that receive EANS funds, and they're available as a resource all the time to answer any questions. We host monthly webinars. We have ongoing support. It isn't like the ratio of our office to 541 school districts. We have a very small number of those private schools that accept EANS. So we have one person dedicated just to that small group of schools that receive EANS funds. So they get more attention and more support really than probably any other setting. But the last point I do want to make, I respect what you're saying about holistic support for students, but we normally don't see those hours being billed at that rate every single day, 7 to 7 and 6 to 6. That's outside the norm. And then the staffing pattern is also outside the norm, because you're talking about a school of about 40 students, 40 to 50 students, and you're talking about 19 to 20 instructional staff. So that staffing pattern also raised a red flag. And these are just all things that we look at across our team as we try to support schools with utilizing those budgets to the best of their ability. And so in this case, that seemed out of bounds.
Did you share that with her? Saying, hey, you know, that this, what you just gave me, I'm a little concerned.
Sure, come on up and let's talk about that.
And so I want to introduce Matt Caldwell. He is our Executive Director of School Support. And so he happens to oversee this initiative. So he has the details.
Thank you.
Board members, Superintendent Hoffmeister. So the first related email that I got about this was a request for, I think, 7 different types of positions: speech language pathologist, instructional coach, counselor, instructional aide, that kind of thing. So the response that I said in general, there was a small little description of those roles. We looked at the guidance, and those roles themselves generically were allowable under the EANS guidance. As far as, there's a very specific set of what is allowable with these funds. So the roles themselves were allowable. So with that, our next step to determine necessary and reasonableness is to ask some follow-up questions. So we had a couple of follow-up emails back and forth between myself and Ms. Darby and the representative from GALTS, the instructional support vendor. So getting sort of incremental sort of descriptions of, when are these, what's the contract time, what are the hours? And that's where, once we got to the point where there were, the 17 or 18 listed employees with the contracts where there was a split contract between time that was paid from IGG, and then in the middle of the day, time that would be paid through GALT, and then it was sandwiched the EANS funding in the middle with the existing IGG employees. We also triggered some provisions within EANS that also did not allow us to basically take over the payroll of a private school. So we can't replace the funding. So it's a protection that you can't just say, all right, we have 50 staff. We would like to no longer pay 20 of those and have the federal government pay those 20. There are provisions just within federal programs about supplement, not supplant in our normal roles. So there were provisions against that. Once we saw that where these were existing, employees, all of these, and then sandwiched was our funding to sort of spread this out. That's what initiated sort of requesting, okay, let's take a little bit closer look. How many students are there? These were, the 19 employees for a total of an additional 77 hours, which 77 hours would be the equivalent of 9 additional employees, like 9 full-time, 8-hour-a-day employees on top of what was going on. So that to us felt unreasonable at that point. So that triggered, the look, which all of this came after any kind of accreditation that would have happened in May. So that's when we started digging in deeper.
I was just going to ask, is the reason that they asked for the 19 because of that they couldn't pay their own staff to do that with the same. I'm just curious. As far as what was the conversation back to them of, this raised a red flag. Why do you need this many staff? What's the reasoning behind that?
So once we got to the level of specificity that we got there, at that point, it was our determination to determine the level of necessary and reasonable. So that's when we started internally to look. And so there was a gap there between our communication between ourselves and IGG while we, gathered information. We don't like to, say that something is allowable until we're sure. We wanted to do our due diligence. So that was in that process kind of mid-May in that process. So did
it stop? As far as it sounded like the red flag was raised and then there were questions about the enrollment. And so it sounds like that kind of just stopped everything and I'm not saying it,
right.
And maybe it did stop communication, but it sounds like there wasn't any further communication back to them of hey, we think 5 staff would be, or whatever this would be something that we consider fair and reasonable.
Sure. I think we were holding off on communication until we had as much information as we could, and that's what we moved forward.
And staffing isn't the only thing that can be purchased from the Eames Fund. So they could buy instructional support, they can buy a host, technology, a host of additional expenses. So it isn't like the only choice they had to expend these funds was just to hire more people, regardless of their enrollment. They had the ability to differentiate what type of support do these 40 students actually need, and then let's do our best to maximize funding to deliver it.
Based on the communication, do you think that they knew the rules or they knew or informed of what they could purchase and what they couldn't?
We provided, there's an initial webinar before the Eames program went out that was available. We had a webinar again in January, February. We all met at one of the private schools and invited all schools. I believe Ms. Darby was in attendance there, where we had a PowerPoint of explicitly how this was. We were dealing with both Eames 1 and Eames 2 schools. Eames 1 was different because there was a time when it allowed reimbursement. So, there were a lot of moving parts with that. But yes, we did that. And since then we've had just about once a month communication with all of the Eames schools 1 and 2. And then in the last 4 weeks, we've had biweekly meetings to go over issues, and then just communication back and forth between several staff and the schools. There's about, I want to say 70 something of these schools that we're working with. So, this is one of several that, and I might add that this is a new program. This is the first time that federal dollars in this way have gone directly to private schools. So it's,
this is for COVID relief.
Yes.
Obviously,
Yes.
this was part of, just like gear, frankly, you saw the extensive oversight of what the accountability looks like with the gear funds. These are funds as well that will be heavily scrutinized on how those funds are used. We take this very seriously and the oversight very seriously. And so we are making that recommendation of actual probation today, but probably in the future. It may be that non-accreditation could be warranted, but we withdrew that recommendation earlier before it was even on the agenda, that probation is warranted with the accumulation of red flags that are not in any way consistent with the other private schools that we have been working very closely with just in this EAMS program. This stands out as very different.
I definitely want to hear the rest of the presentation, because to me, I mean, I think I take it very seriously too, and I appreciate the department takes very seriously the oversight of both state and federal funds. I think, as we talked about earlier, we take very seriously putting a school on probation, and I think the hard part to me is with a new program, with, you know, I understand that there were red flags and there were not ideal, you know, documentation and things of the like. To recommend probation to me is a very high level of, you know, you're saying that there is something very extreme going on here that we feel like a school should be put on probation. So I'm guessing maybe you're going to get there. But to me, I think it's hard because you have a school that was serving kids at the height of COVID. And I'm not saying that intent alone is enough. We've had those conversations about Epic and others. But is it clear that they intentionally did something to try and deceive the department to get this money, which they never even got? I just don't see it, but maybe we're going to get there. So,
and it might help. And I don't know if you have it set up this way or not, but just to go through the standard for what probation is and tell us, there's a bunch of different sub bullets here, you know, it consistently fails to make substantial progress, whatever. What's the finding for each of those sub bullets to justify probation?
Perhaps to the surprise of everyone, there are not additional slides.
Wow.
Go for it, man.
We can just.
All right, so I think, the recommendation is based on, in our opinion, to borrow from something. It's not in our opinion, a one-time situation, but a pattern of operation. When you tie in the child nutrition program and the violations that we saw there, the program was terminated and affirmed decision of $177,000. So I'm thankful that the services weren't provided at this point. We'd actually stopped that. That's a very good thing, in my opinion, at this point in time.
I just don't know. I mean, I get that there's a common person between the two, but
the person who signed that made this possible is the same person that has a judgment of misuse of federal funds, basically. This is why we're taking this action to you today.
Sure.
And of course, again, Brad, you've got that right there in front of you. Before this goes further, it is warranted that they're on probation, understanding this cannot continue.
I guess I don't understand where it would go further because they aren't getting the money.
They would lose accreditation as a private school.
No, I just don't understand because they were in compliance with everything until this. I don't know.
No, they were not. They were not in.
So if I could bring context, I know you don't have that slide on the different tiers of accreditation, but when you look at, it's on this page, obviously, but when you look at that tier, which you're recommending probation, is someone who fails to remove or make substantial progress after you put them on deficiencies. But when you haven't even put them on deficiency, on the contrary, you've made statements to them via email that there are no deficiencies. So we haven't even gotten to that point, but yet we're going to jump all the way to probation. It's not justified.
according to your own tiers
Oh my.
So-
on here.
Wow,
I can-
okay.
I mean,
This feels
I
like
mean,
deja
I'm-
vu, I
I'm-
have
I'm
to
looking
say.
at what
This
you're
feels like
providing.
deja vu, okay? We were just here almost a year ago with Epic, and we had the same kind of fighting and resistance to hold them accountable.
Today we put them on
And-
probation.
You did, and they
Year
didn't
later.
object. So that's the difference. They agreed with us, so you accepted it. Last
No,
time,
he is a
they
board.
were doing the exact same thing that's happening here today. It is accurate. And so today, it is deja vu with another entity that is associated with some of you and is also being not, I can certainly go forward and explain the connections if you want. The bottom line is we're talking about federal funds with an entity that has a judgment with the people running the same school. And we are talking about federal funds, just like we were talking about federal funds being misused, including state funds prior with Epic, and you said no. When we made a recommendation for probation.
What we
When
said.
we
back
made a
then,
recommendation to claw back the funds that the state auditor identified,
Which we approved.
you only approved if we would audit the auditor. And so then we had to audit the auditor before you would agree to claw back funds.
Because
So
we
today,
purged.
we are here on the cusp of, if this goes further, there will be federal funds potentially that are used in a way that is not the way they were intended. And that is what we are bringing to you with a recommendation to put them on notice, that we see what is going on and that they can course correct. We're not denying them access to provisions, but they are being recommended for probation, just as important as it is for you to make your own recommendations apart from the department when it came to a deficiency. We're also scaling back our recommendation to non-accredit to probation. But this is any other public school or any other school receiving funds, apart from Epic, you would have held them accountable.
I don't understand how you can put motive on, like,
I'm just saying
Don't
what
do
I'm
that to
witnessing.
you. So I'm just
saying what
asking, like-
I'm witnessing today.
I just, to me, like,
Can I address the standard? I think that was your,
That was my question.
so there.
Which
there-
doesn't apply. I'm not asking about anything other than this school and this standard and this recommendation.
So there are three, right? There's the A, B, and C, and
Yeah.
it doesn't take all of them together. The way that I'm looking at it, the word or means you can use 1, 2, or 3,
Okay.
or 2 of 3, whatever the combination is. I think, in our opinion, consistently violates federal regulations, is present with EANS and the common actor with Impact Athletics and the Child Nutrition Program. So we believe that is satisfied there, as well as C, deliberately. And yes,
Well, we're making recommendations, but y'all haven't heard my side. So shouldn't we hear my side of my group?
Yeah,
before we
you,
start
well,
making
you already told us
recommendations?
she was going to
oh,
come.
of course.
Yeah, because we keep saying all the recommendations, but I have some proof too. Come on now.
I just, before we do that, because I do think she signed up for public comment and is.
And that's
address it.
correct. And we should make that opportunity available for you. So please come to the.
Before
Just last
she does
minute.
that, just to
Yeah.
finish out this question, so on the deliberately and unnecessarily violates the regulations, what in here is giving the department the impression that something deliberate has happened? Is there something specific, or are you just looking at kind of the totality of there are things that don't add up? And so we're going to infer that there's deliberate action.
So with Impact Athletics, start there.
Are we
The
talking about them today, though, or the school, Brad?
both, I believe both,
Okay,
because of the.
So then
Hold
with
on.
that, I'll
Hold on,
have
that's
to
not what's on the
inject.
agenda.
If you're going to, exactly, it's not on the agenda, but if you want to bring that up and bring up the Impact Athletics, which you expressed to us, the board, that this went all the way up to the AG's office, correct?
The AG's office served as an administrative law judge.
With Impact
Yeah,
Athletics.
the AG's office
The
made the
AG's
ruling.
office made that correct. And the ruling was that this department had to go back and recalculate
the figures, ma'am.
The common actor comes into play just as it would if we had an executive session on a bad actor in the classroom.
But the
If they were to
AG
prior
did send you a
district.
recommendation, right?
Yeah, to affirm the overclaim of
And to
$177,000
recalculate,
and to terminate the program.
and did you recalculate?
That is in process.
Oh,
Okay,
it
so
hasn't
you
been
have
done.
not recalculated. and
So it
done
could
what
be
the
higher
AG
than
required.
$177,000.
It has not been
Yes.
completed.
So it,
That's what I said
yes.
on the slide.
So you have provided and it's been recalculated. But that's the thing is, that's where I want us to be able to focus on what's on the agenda. You're bringing in impact athletics. And if you're going to do that, the AG asked for recalculation. So you're saying you've already provided that
Ma'am,
to
that,
us.
that's one piece of four. You're not admitting
Okay.
about the termination, the $177,000 that was affirmed, the inaccurate record keeping. That certainly in my mind ties together just as it would with someone who is in one district and then they have a problem in another district. Can't forget about the past. Not at all. So these, in my mind, tie together.
So just to finish the question I asked, because you can make recommendations about whether the board wants to consider two issues conflated together or we don't. I just want to know what is the deliberate part? And I don't think you got to finish the answer.
In my mind, if I can, that is up to this body.
Ah, okay.
But you're making a recommendation that, I mean, when we asked.
Based on comparison to the norms in any other state with EANS, the norms in our state with other private schools that are using EANS, and how that also compares to other public schools. But the EANS program, this is serious red flags that deserves to have probation. That's why it's bringing.
And you believe that there's intent behind the red flags on the part of the school to defraud whoever is providing these funds. That's the position of the department.
I'll let you answer that since that's a
I believe that's the
potential.
direction that we were going. And then as we talked about, we pulled off of that to go to that probation, which, as I said earlier, the two words, opportunity and a belief.
Well, but our question is about the intent in regards to probation, not your previous recommendation, but the recommendation you're saying now, probation. Is the department's stance that there was malice intent on their part, and that's why you're making the recommendation probation, yes or no? Is that the department's stance? Joy's deferred to you.
Excuse
So
me,
what's
it's
your answer?
superintendent. And yes, we have made a recommendation based on the experience
Their
with,
intent?
well,
Yes or no?
I don't know that that is actually something
Well,
that
that's in the probation definition. You just
today
went over it with us.
you would want to
So
with, okay, no, do you want the answer or you don't? Because
you deferred to him and
frankly-
then you were interrupted, which you do frequently. So I haven't heard his answer
Whoa,
yet.
whoa, whoa. Hey, you asked me the question.
Yeah.
At this point, I will answer that question with
I've just never seen such
this is
protection
ridiculous.
of some entity that is on the cusp of the ability to take additional funds.
I agree with you.
just
I agree with you.
Never seen it.
Okay, so
But I think it's not just one-sided,
you asked me the question.
is what I'm saying.
Yes.
As of right now, I would say yes, I believe there is intent
Okay.
without proof otherwise. We just
Okay.
want the enrollment records. Something.
Okay.
And they have provided enrollment.
Thank you for your
records?
answer.
Never have seen that.
Yeah.
Okay. When can we have her respond to whether she's provided this? I want to give you the respect to finish with your presentation and then have her.
And likewise, I want to answer the questions, but ready. Garvey?
Items to approach.
Yes, please come to the podium.
Oh, well, it's been an exciting day at the board.
I am Gina Darby with Infinity Generation General's Preparatory School. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'm going to first give an honor to God as He's the head of my life. He's the one that directed me into doing the school, Infinity Generation General's Preparatory School, to those that serve on the board and to those that are here listening on behalf of the board meeting today. Can we go back to Mr. Brad Clark's presentation, please? Because I would like to refer to the things that he's accusing the school of.
And if we can go to the last page, I would greatly appreciate it.
He's got to reset.
May not be as tall. It's the last, I think it's your last. It's that one right there.
So here. Here, no.
There we go.
Here we go.
Okay. Because we want to address, it's the child nutrition, please. Because we want to address the child nutrition program, I'll read the decision from the ALJ's office, which is from the Attorney General's office, the Office of Attorney General. And the decision was on page 10. This decision was made May 10th, 2021. So this has been well over a year. And it says, for the reason described above, the undersigned administrative review official finds that CNP's overclaim for October 2020 through January 2021 and denial of appellant's February 2021 claim is affirmed. The matter is remanded for recalculation of the number of servings per the food items for which there were valid records of purchase and or valid acceptable records of inventory or donation. Should the recalculation result in a finding that was disallowed meals or reimbursable, CNP is directed to adjust the overclaim and denied claim accordingly. This was signed dated the 10th of May, 2021 by Sandra Balzar, Administrative Review Official. This situation that we're currently speaking of should not even be incorporated in our accreditation for the simple fact that Mr. Brad Clark and his team has still not done what the judge ordered over a year ago. There has been absolutely whatsoever no recalculation for what the judge ordered. What there has been a recalculation for was a March claim that we did not meet before a judge because my lawyer was not available at the time. And because my lawyer wasn't available, we didn't meet on that claim. But the two legal counsels, which was Mr. Brad at the time, was supposed to discuss it and we would go back and forth. The last amount that they said that they were accrediting was around $121,000. Can y'all still hear me? I'm sorry, I keep moving away. And in that, I guess Desiree Singer is the legal advisor that is now over this claim, stated, is this okay with your client? We never responded back with that amount being okay. We are still in an ongoing battle with the Department of Education's child nutrition program. So that particular claim should not be held against us simply because it has not been affirmed and it hasn't been finalized. So it has nothing to do with me as a person per se, because you haven't proved that that money. Now, so let me go back. If they would have stopped at affirmed and I say remanded, then this would be valid during this time. But right now it currently is not. So they said lack of supporting documents. We turned in a 20-page copy. Well, we turned in 20 binders because again, the child nutrition program does not promulgate rules properly. And because they do not, you have to guess at what you're being accused of. They don't properly train you. They don't give you the evidence and the information. They just go around in circles and they accuse you of things never coming back to talk to you. So we actually terminated ourselves. They wanted us to write a corrective action plan. We decided not to because of their discrepancies in moving forward. We had a right to appeal. We went to the appeal. We somewhat won the appeal, I believe, in my defense. And we decided not to move forward. We didn't write a corrective action plan because there's really, what corrective action plan were we going to get? They had about 12 items on the list and we still don't even understand where all the accusations came from. So can we move to the next one, please? I think it's the previous one. The previous one, I'm sorry, because this is the last one. I do apologize. Maybe not. Sorry. Concerning our accreditation, as you've been told, September 1st is when we received our letter from the accreditation department, which Leslie Jennings was our RAO at the time, Brian Piper came and did a visit. Mr. Bowen, I don't believe his name, first name, he came and did a visit. All three of them in some aspects approved our school to be accredited in 2021. Keep in mind, we are accusing the school of not being aligned in 2020. We had no guidance. Anyone in Oklahoma can run a private school and do it as they see fit. Once you become accredited in the state of Oklahoma, then you have rules to follow. So we did the 2-page paper that was requested from the RAO, and that was giving us like 8 bullets, which, by the way, there was no examples on how to do that. If you go into our accreditation package, which we submitted about 127 documents to be accredited, and the microphone. If you go into the 127-page documents, we instructed and said how we would keep up with the records, 2021's records, okay? Moving forward, here's an example of how our records are being held. I pulled 3 of our students just so you all can see how our records are being held. And also I will pass around our attendance record keeping because now we're accredited. So now we have rules to follow. So if you don't mind passing those documentations around.
Some of that.
At the time that they requested for 2021's records, we were asked to provide our documentation. It was during COVID. COVID was new for everybody. It was a shock to the world. Things changed. No one's program knew what to expect at the time. We did the best we could at the time provided. We put ourselves amongst other people in the community, and he keeps talking about the Dream Center. It was the Hope Center that Governor Stitt issued $15 million to entities that wanted to stay open during COVID, basically to provide service to the community. That is what we did in partnership with the Hope Center, along with Impact Athletics, along with Oklahoma Youth Literacy Program, and along with Infinity Generation General's Preparatory School. So our school took it upon ourselves to keep our doors open in spite of COVID and the numbers and the spikes. And we did the best that we could. We didn't have to have any type of records pertaining to what Mr. Brad Clark keeps mentioning at the time of our accreditation. We were in 2020. So when the ENS program came about, keep in mind, I was only accredited in 2021. Someone sent me the application. I applied for it for ENS 2, and I acted upon it as such. We started this process in October of 2021. It was several schools, and I have emails to reference it that were confused on which year to report the numbers. There's an email dated about October 17th or 18th, and I have proof in this booklet that I will pass on to you as well, and you may keep for your own reference. We also stated to them that we were sorry that we put the wrong numbers. We were heavily saturated in 2020 because we opened our doors for virtual learning and in-class session. The virtual learning, yes, those students were involved in other schools. They came to our facilities, not facility, but our facilities. We provided them educational instructions. They logged into their computers with the help of our instructors to do the work. If anyone knows during COVID, there's no way that any teacher gave those students work for all day. So what did those students do with the rest of their time when they were there? If you look at my flyer provided in this documentation at Wells, I will read it to you just in case you all did not see it. It will state to you that the students will do virtual learning and they will go in class with Infinity Generation General's Preparatory School. We did not know that it was a crime to come together with other entities such as everyone else was during the time to create a program to provide a safe, loving, instructional environment for those students. I showed a spreadsheet. At the time, COVID was very high. There was not a lot of documentation going back and forth between parents. So all of the questions were asked, plus the student card is what we use at the time of their enrollment. When we did this in conjunction with those other entities, there was no set rule. You have to, if you're going to use federal funding, you have to promulgate rules. You have to give us the instructions if, in fact, you're going to bring it back onto me. I spent 15 years in the military. There was no way they would ever enforce a rule on you that they didn't tell you about first. I you couldn't even get a UCMJ action on you if it wasn't written in their bylaws or what written in their rules or their instruction. So what the agency has done to us is they come up and create rules after the fact. They see something wrong, they don't like it, and then they try to attack us. I believe this attack is for school choice. I am a person that have seen students that have struggled on so many levels. And it was my job and my duty in 2020 and before, because we started our school in 2018. It was my job and my duty to meet the need. That's all I was doing. This was prior to even knowing that ENS 2 would even come out. So we opened our doors to provide a service that would best fit our students at the time, especially those that look like me. We struggled the most. I stayed in the zip code 73111 and ensured educational support for those students. If I'm not mistaken, I'm the only African-American, at least in Oklahoma City, that is accredited by the State Department of Education. So again, I'm being brought up to be put on probation for something that happened in 2020 when I wasn't even accredited for. It shouldn't even be a warning. It shouldn't even be probation, because what basis do you have to set this on? Where's the basis?
Is your son an employee?
Is my son an employee? To which part?
Under EANS, are you claiming your son as an
He sure is not. That's actually my husband.
Oh,
and he started the school, and we didn't even get the funding. So let's bring that up. Yes, we need to bring that up. Get a little excited, got to bring it down a little bit. We started the school. We put ourselves as instructional coaches. How come I can't? What law did you say, and what is out in place? So when GALT came about, my budget was set at what? About $1 million, correct? There was 8 or 10 different categories that you could put your funding in. We put a $380-something thousand into the GALT fund, which would employ our staff at the time. Those 12 hours are fabricated because we did not say that all of this money would go against GALT's money. We never said that. If you wanted to know what we spent, if we were really taking money, there's 941s, there's documents that you can get from payroll that you would see that we weren't getting paid during that time under anything related to GALT, or that we would have put that off on them. So why were these questions not asked of us to see if we were even doing anything fraudulent? We weren't going to ask you all to pay for us during April and May, and then we go and report that we be getting paid by IGG, because that's considered double dipping, right? And in the military, when you could probably double dip in some aspects, but in this case, there was no double dipping. No one ever came to me through this whole process and asked me any questions about this type of stuff that you guys are accusing us of. It's always like that in the Department of Education, and in the places that I've experienced, it's a one-sided thing. You all take the information that you want and you apply it to where you best fit, and you don't come talk to the person that you're attacking to find out if they have any evidence. So we talked about the PPP loan, correct? I have a letter from Naomi Ward saying that we could participate. I asked her, give me a second. On October 13th, before I even filled out this application and submitted it, I asked Naomi Ward.
Who is Naomi Ward?
Naomi Ward is who, I believe she's the, is it Ombudsman? I may have the wrong name.
She worked for you.
She works.
She did.
She works for SBU.
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked her before this is October 13th. I asked Naomi Ward if Oklahoma Youth Literacy Program has received a PP loan, is that okay? Can we still apply for it? This is before I applied for it. She said, yes, if you meet the requirements, absolutely. This is her information. It is in this binder when you get a chance to go look. This is her response. I would never do anything that I was not instructed to do. So I proceeded on with filling out the application. And they're saying that there's no information regarding Infinity Generation General's Preparatory School. I beg to differ. Let's go to.
Ms. Darby, can I address the PPP?
You can.
So the assurance that you signed there, the key is made on or after December 27th. The other key is that the applicant didn't receive a PPP loan. The applicant in this case is Infinity Generation, not Oklahoma Youth.
So we didn't, Infinity Generation Generals did not receive a loan.
Naomi was correct.
Okay. But you said that that was one of the requirements. So let's go further to, you saying there's no 990 or no information. I may be taking some of the stuff from your claim that you sent to us. Right here in the accreditation package that we submitted, it says that Oklahoma, Infinity Generation Generals is doing business as Oklahoma Youth Literacy Program. Here's confirmation that the school is legit. We just don't have a separate 501c3 yet. As many of you know, when you're starting out, you don't always have everything in place. But I did the right thing and I went and filed the school under the Oklahoma Youth Literacy Program.
Actually,
Okay,
tax
wow.
returns for the last year are not on file. We checked that. Just
Which tax returns from what year?
the federal and the most recent.
For the 2021 or 2022? I mean,
The most recent
2021.
filing year is.
And
we
you
did
do
not
get
see that.
extensions. We're under extension for 2021, but there is a tax return on 2020.
And our letter does ask for evidence of anything. Like that. It doesn't
Absolutely
say
did
that it was
not.
Terminated. It questions. We haven't received that.
They haven't asked me that. Can they show proof of that, please? Because it has not been asked. This is what they
It's
do
in the
on a
letter.
consistent basis. They don't ask you. Brad gets together with whomever he wants to, and they talk. This is an attack from Joy Hoffmeister's office on school choice, is why she's attacking our school. And she knows that while she's over there smiling. You running for governor of Oklahoma, and you can't even get the Department of Education straight. We are ranked 49th and 50th. What are you doing to help our education system? Except for picking on people like me that's just trying to make a difference. Matter of fact, let me go back right here and give you the test scores of our students from 2021 and 2022 in a comparison of what we're doing. She does not want us to be at the level that we are in helping our students. That's why there's an attack. She has nothing valid to show that my school should have any type of restriction on it. We have test scores right here to show you how much our students are performing. In the very beginning of this conversation, if I'm not stating this incorrectly, what's in the best interest of our students has been the reoccurring theme. But you have not been an active part in that.
All right, we need to keep some level of decorum.
You're right.
Going on.
Yes, sir. And I'm done on that part.
Please address the responses, and this is spiraling from all directions.
Well, it started from the head with her accusations towards other
It's
people. but
spiraling
yes,
from
sir.
all directions.
Can I ask a
Can we go to
question?
the other? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
So somewhere in all of this, and Brad, you may have to point me in the right direction. There was something about hiring 19 teachers.
Absolutely.
Okay, can I?
Yes, ma'am, we can. I'm
hear
so
something
sorry.
about that?
Forgive me, everyone. I get a little excited. Let's go back. Yes, so there is an email stating that we would hire 19 people, but it wouldn't just be to cover just our students. It would be to prepare for the summer. We provide services all year round in education. So this would go into the summer. It will prepare these teachers and these students for it. We also ask for the support on testing as well, because all our teachers weren't considered full-time as far as getting paid. So the 19 instructors, if you look at the email that I sent them on how their time, that's where they're getting the 12-hour span. I broke up the days. So 19 instructors were not going to be on staff, or weren't going to be all staffed at the same time. So it might have been 8 and 8 at one time, or I guess 9 and 9 is 18. It might have been 9 and 9 at one point. And then the summer we would bring it on because we see around 150, typically to 200 kids in the summer. Okay. That's the only reason why. There's an email to reference that where I explained that to their office, that this is why we want the additional staff. It was to prepare also for the summer as well, to continue on, because COVID affected so many students in their learning that we would keep our education program going beyond just the school year.
So that staff was for students you were anticipating to show up and enroll, not necessarily just for people who
Well,
were
the first part of it would be to split the day up with the instructors.
Okay.
So the day would, because when I had correspondence with them, it was April and May, we would be part-time non-teachers is what they said that you could bring on. So they would just be in to help facilitate those students as well as anyone else. No one for April and May was slotted to work a full day and get paid for 40 hours a week.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Can I ask about the communication
Yes,
between,
ma'am.
because I've looked at, despite I guess, questions of my motives. I've dug through all of the paperwork that I'm guessing is in that binder, and spent hours trying to get to the bottom of like what is really, what is the accusation, what documentation was provided. There are a lot of back and forth emails between the departments. So I think to me, the idea that you weren't communicating, from what I've seen, that's not true. Was the department communicating with you, vice versa? Like what, in your opinion, what did the communication look like along this process?
The Department of Education stopped communicating with me around about the April-ish, and I can verify that through email. It was never really a conversation via phone at this point. The only way they talked to me was I got on a Zoom call one day. They've excluded me from several emails. They've excluded me from several conversations. Since Mr. Brad Clark put the issue out that I wouldn't receive the ends to, I haven't heard anything whatsoever from the Department of Education to my knowledge. But all communication stopped with me when they started investigating how many employees we wanted. I would respond and ask what's going on. The lady from Galt would ask, because there was nothing written whatsoever that we couldn't employ those many people. They never came back and said, well, we just don't think that you should employ this many people. Can you scale down how many people? They just would always ask information, and it would drag on continuously until finally, June 13th, I received a letter of demands for the recalculation that still did not happen. And then on June 17th, I received this iCloud documentation from Mr. Brad Clark concerning wanting to revoke our accreditation. So in the same week, I received, I believe they were simultaneously done because he's still harboring over the claim that still hasn't been processed. I think that's another motive behind this attack on the school, is because of what was established with the Attorney General's office at the time of her recalculation, again, that was over a year ago. So communication, it's not really both ways. It's kind of whatever Mr. Brad Clark wants to put out. He pieces things together and he submits things to people that he wants them to look at, and he never brings me or involves me in anything. He's made some communication with my lawyer. My lawyer responds back, and it's still never, it's always, to me, in my opinion, it's always whatever Mr. Brad Clark's motive is. It doesn't matter how much information and evidence you give him, it's never enough. If I told you that all I had was these documentations of our enrollment during that time, then that's what I gave you. And I believe it should have been sufficient enough because there was no requirements for ends too. They asked them if there's any other school that went through this same process. Keep in mind, IGG is accredited by the Department of Education, meaning you can pull my records at any time. But what about the other private schools that you cannot pull their records? Why didn't you all ask them for their records? Y'all only targeted me. Tell me any other school that you've asked, because I talked to 2 of them and none of them had an attendance clerk come. Ryan Piper didn't visit them, which might I add, Ryan Piper came to me at several times attacking my school. He sent Mr. Bowman the first time to get numbers. Mr. Bowman messed up and calculated 2021 numbers. So they sent them back out there. No, the current numbers that we were in, that's where they saw the 40 students. We have stayed at an average of 35 to 40 students. That is absolutely correct. But 2020 was different because of the funding that we received to be able to facilitate them. There was no income base. We just took those students in because that's what we felt was best. So there's been no record of, go back to Mr. Piper, I apologize. He came, he made an appearance on May 10th, I believe, asking for documentations. He snapped a picture of a sign-in sheet. We have sign-in sheets amongst us anywhere that you go, in any facility that you come, to ensure we know who's coming in and out. That was not our attendance record, but that's what they claimed. So then the next day, further after that, Mr. Piper came and asked for more documentations. I provided everything on May 24th at the time that they said that I could provide it. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Brad Clark is the one that told him that I had until May 24th at like 10:30 to provide it, and I did. Every single thing was sent in. So Mr. Ryan Piper then comes, after y'all have mailed me and emailed me the documentation, comes to my new place of the school, our new residence, and he wants to forcefully give me documentation telling me I have to sign this. And I believe it was the documentation from Mr. Brad Clark's office. I'm not sure because I never took the documents. I felt like at that point I was being harassed, and I asked him to please communicate with my lawyer because of the harassment that they've been putting on the school. If you've emailed me and you've mailed me documentation, why do you need to make a visit to me to deliver stuff? On top of that, Mr. Ryan Piper, which I have a letter as well, Mr. Ryan Piper also tried to give my school's documentation to the owner of In the Gap, which I'm currently located. And that particular person said that he would not accept those documents. He was by any means necessary trying to hand deliver something that these people had nothing to do with my school.
Other questions?
All right.
So in closing remarks.
Yeah. One last question,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
I guess I've been trying to get that out of this presentation and from Brad as well. Not only sign-in sheets and student information, which you have provided, but Mr. Clark claims that anyone could write anyone's name and information on. Putting that aside, also is the fact that the state board, or not the board, SDE, actually approved the Ames 2 for you. Did you get communication? Because Mr. Clark is saying that it was never approved. Did you get communication that it was approved?
So what happened was, and back and forth between this, anything that was changed on my application, there is an email to reference where I asked Naomi Ward if I needed to update my application. And she said, what you put on here basically was sufficient. I'm paraphrasing that, but I have the actual email that says, whatever you changed on here will work basically. I can show that proof. And again, there's never a comeback to me to ask me, do I have anything to review or to improve that I wasn't in the wrong for that?
And
so
then
on the grant.
And then you received
I received
email that
an
you
email
are
on
approved.
January. So through the process, there was email saying that, we've done everything that we're supposed to do at the time. January of 2021, I think, is this 2020? January 2022. Yes, sorry. The letter came from Joe Hoffmeister's office at our email, and it stated that we were awarded the $1.something million. This is months after I've turned everything in that they said was sufficient at the time. So January is when we received the letter. Then May 17th, my application of all the broke down information that I put in there on the GMAS website. Am I saying that? GMS, I'm sorry. This is all new to me, but it was also approved. And I have an email confirmation from them saying that anything that I put in those 10 little blocks of what I would use the money for, it was approved as well on May 17th.
But you never received this, of course.
Absolutely have not received anything. The last thing I received was from Brad Clark stating that I won't receive the ends to money and that they're going to request that our Department of Education revoke our accreditation from the Department of Education.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have just one more question
Yes,
for
ma'am.
Brad. It is, are there concerns from the department about the quality of the education that's going on, or is that completely separate? This is just concern about enrollment, financial reporting.
Before he answers, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to come let you hear my side. I've always been for the babies. I will still continue to fight for those babies because their purpose means something to me. This was never about money. It's always been about purpose and helping them not to be those kids like what happened in Texas. Some of these kids we can save if you take them out of these 30 classroom instructions and put them in a smaller environment. These babies struggle with a lot that y'all don't get to see because y'all sit higher up. I sit down low and I see the ADHD and I see the trauma and I see the abuse and I see the neglect, and we get to attend to that. And hopefully through our programs, and I know we've saved a lot of kids. Thank you again for your time.
Let me repeat my question.
Yes, please.
Are there concerns about the quality of the educational program at this school from the department, or is that part of this recommendation, or is the recommendation just about
the enrollment documentation, the funding, things like that nature.
From my standpoint and perspective, it's about the funding and what's been presented today.
Okay, thank you.
Well, with that said, thank you for that presentation. And quite frankly, for me personally, and what this department has put into these different tiers, when I look at probation, it does not rise to that level. Could these records have been kept in a different way? I think all of us can make that argument that things could have been provided, structured differently, maybe in a different type of format. But like we said, this is a school that was just accredited in 2021. And so for me, we have never even provided deficiencies to them for them to have corrected. And for that reason, there's room for improvement for the school, of course, but there's room for improvement in this department as well. If it wasn't because of the piece of the sports piece that you made onto this and wanting to bring these two together, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. And so that's a deeper question for this department, is that proper oversight, and what others, and what is that guideline for all of those private schools that are receiving all of these dollars, the expectations from this department of what you want them to do. There hasn't been enough information that you're providing to them. And so for me, there's room for improvement on both the department and also for Infinity Generation. And I make a motion to keep the school accredited, but only with warning, because there's room to be able to work together with this school so that they can continue to serve these students. We don't have enough individuals out there who are equipped and have the heart to serve underserved communities like our Black students and Hispanics and our Native American students and others. And so to me, to see someone that's actually doing it, we need to look for ways to work with them. And if things are not doing right, and I'm sure you're going to continue and you'll do more investigation, I'm sure this isn't going to be the end of it. I would be surprised if it was. But as I said with Epic, let the chips fall where they may. And guess what? With Epic, there's people that were handcuffed. There's people who are serving time and who have more to pay, not only financially and otherwise. I think it's important for us to allow the process to continue and allow Infinity Generations to continue to serve students, but this department needs to be able to communicate better with them. And that is my motion to accredit with a warning.
I'll second it.
I don't know if I can say anything, but I thought the warning was, if you look at May 4th from Leslie Janice, my RAO, if you read the email from her, it says that we were not deficient at home for 22 weeks. Not sure who brought that motion for her.
Okay.
I feel like it's important to know that you're making a warning against the school that was confirmed non-deficient. And I'm sure I'm looking, I just want to show y'all from Leslie Janice, and it's something that you can look up. It's proof. We were confirmed non-deficient from her visit. She made 2 visits to us this year, and we were non-deficient. So we don't have a proof. How are we even with a warning when there is non-deficiency slapped on our email?
You don't know what Brad addresses.
It's up to you if you.
I was just going to say, I mean, I think the really difficult part of all of this is, I don't, for me personally, all I can speak for me personally, as someone who has read through all of the documentation, it's not black and white to me. As far as intent, I've met with Ms. Darby. I believe she had good intent. I don't think that the requirements as far as the documentation that they had to have prior to accreditation, would it be ideal that she had better documentation then? Yes, it absolutely would. So to me, as far as having this threshold of putting a school on probation, and, you know, I mean, I think absolutely, as far as the discussion of being put on notice that the department is watching and these are the things that you're required to do. And, I mean, I think that that is important. And to me, that's where the warning comes in as far as to say, like, these are things, and I agree. I mean, it's a two-way street as far as working together. But there is discrepancy around, is the documentation what it needs to be? I think for me personally, it's hard to know where that falls. And so I feel like it's a good place to be, to say, there is a warning that we have to continue to work together to make sure that they, fund from the department side, to make sure the funds are being expended in a way, I feel like it's kind of a moot point too, because the money didn't go. So like this piece of it seems to close because the money isn't going to them. So moving forward, how do we have documentation to make sure, and it looks like from what I have seen that the school has made changes to the documentation and made sure, and therefore the RAO did say that they checked all 57 boxes to make sure that they deserve to be accredited. And so I feel like I've done due diligence of trying to look into this, and I feel like it does not come to the level of probation, and I feel comfortable with moving forward with the warning.
Did we get a second? Who was the second? Okay, please call the roll.
Ms. Williams Bradley. Ms. Hernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Bobeck.
Aye.
Ms. Moniz.
Yes.
Ms. Lepak.
Aye.
Superintendent Hoffmeister.
Aye. All right, that motion carries. Next, we have item 8C, which is a discussion and an update, possible action regarding Western Heights.
Yeah, so on this item, I think I'll be short, at least for my part. The recommendation would be to overrule the local board of education's decision to end the contract with the Center for Education Law. And as a result, to approve entering into that contract going forward. That contract would be for the district, the state's interim superintendent, to have legal counsel for her discretion to use. And so the board at Western Heights terminated that contract, did not renew it. So they did that at the July 20th meeting. Both are on the agenda. That's the recommendation, is to overrule that decision.
And I am in favor of the recommendation, but for the record, what we're doing is we're providing the interim superintendent, if I may use the term, a neutral counsel. That's not somebody, it's not one of you all, it's not somebody in their district, but this is someone else that can allow her legal advice. And I think that's very wise. So I move to approve.
Do we know, did the board give a reason why they terminated this? Was it over the objection of the superintendent?
Most certainly over the objection.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All right, any other questions or comments? Please call the roll.
Ms. Hernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Bobeck.
Aye.
Ms. Moniz.
Aye.
Ms. Lepak.
Aye.
Superintendent Hoffmeister.
Aye. All right, motion carries. Now, item 8D. Do we need to convene into, is there a recommendation to convene into executive session?
So moved.
I believe there
Yes,
is.
yes, you would
there
recommend
is a
that?
recommendation to go into executive section for legal advice and update. We'll take up
Do we stay
8B as
here?
well as
Go on.
9A and B.
All right,
So moved.
okay, thank you.
Call the roll.
Yeah, do we need a second? Call the roll
Yes,
to go through?
second.
Ms. Hernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Bobeck.
Aye.
Ms. Moniz.
Aye.
Ms. Lepak.
Aye.
Superintendent Hoffmeister.
Aye. All right, we'll move into executive session in the room here so everyone can stay where you are. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and call the meeting back out of executive session with a motion to come back into regular session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, please call the roll.
Ms. Williams Bradley.
Aye.
Ms. Hernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Bobek.
Aye.
Ms. Lennox.
Aye.
Ms. Lee Peck.
Aye.
Superintendent Hoffmeister.
All right, we are resuming regular session and just reflect in the notes that there were no votes or decisions made during executive session. We did have counsel as well as general counsel for the State Department of Ed for part of that as well. Counsel for the whole part. All right, now, board members, is there any action to be taken? It doesn't look like we have. Nay, any action on this?
No new business.
All right, and we're all set.
I do. I'm sorry. I thought we were, on the new business piece, I would like for us to consider for next month, having the discussion on Bill 615. That's something that we have
Are
been
we-
receiving communication and emails.
Excuse me, just 1 second.
Yeah,
We
so,
comply with the,
so, so I think maybe I can address it. So, it was on the original agenda. Rules are being worked on, and so I do expect that you will see it. Is that fair?
Okay, so
yeah,
it'll
I
be
thought it was gonna
expected
be on
on,
this actually, but it doesn't look like it was
Well, it's,
added, so,
so we'll expect it in the
blame
next
me.
one.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can't discuss that as new business.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are, that's unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you. All right.